official from the department or representative, we want to welcome you and open this meeting officially. And the meeting is convened to deal with a number of issues. First page being to deal with the responses from the department, as well as deliberation on the resolution tracking of the year as you see them there, as well as a number of quarterly reports, as well as the annual report. So we, as the portfolio, going to amend the agenda as follows. We will deal with agendas 1, 2, 3 and defer number 4 to a further date, and will remain with number 5 as number 4 and number 6 as number 5. And for sure we are at what? With regard to this. So without much ado, I'm going to check you if there are people who needed to speak about on item number 2 of the apologies, and I take it that the roll call is circulating for each and every member to put a signature. I'm advised that it's important all time for people to introduce themselves. I'm reluctantly agreeing on it. However, because I don't call for matters of apology, maybe you must deal with them and we'll do the introduction. Is there any apology?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members.
You can speak more than Mate, Honorable Mate, former Chief Secretary. Please borrow the voice.
Good afternoon, members, and good afternoon, MEC, and colleagues from the department and colleagues from the legislature. I only received one apology from, no, it's actually 2 apologies from Honorable Lebogo and Honorable Mudaka. And Honorable Leveya has requested to be excused at some time, so and yeah, she will also be back enjoying the meeting.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we are going to introduce ourselves. This ritual, there is one member is supposed to introduce to everyone who is new, but I would say he's new, and after he introduced himself, I'm Tweni Malavan, as you know, I'm the chair of the portfolio.
Good afternoon all, Lindy Wilson, member of the Health Portfolio.
Good afternoon, Jim Howard. My name is still Honorable Kilibone Lebeya of the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, thanks Chair, and greetings to the MEC and the team, honorable members. My name is Asani Pitangome.
Good afternoon. Greetings to the MEC and staff. Greetings, honorable colleagues.
My name is Thabo Mabocha. I'm a member of the provincial legislature assigned to the portfolio of
Good afternoon to the Honourable MEC and the delegates and all honourable members. I'm Andre Moss. I'm also on the portfolio committee of health.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Simon Mate, member of this portfolio committee representing African National Congress. Thanks, Chair. Greetings, honorable members. Team Mupilo, led by the MEC. My name is Honorable Bongani Ngonyana, deployed by the ANC as a member of this committee. I thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorato Masiti. I'm the committee coordinator.
Good afternoon. I'm Pauline Sokota, the committee secretary.
Good afternoon. Saul More, Communication Services in the Legislature.
Jani, Uncle Makwele from IT.
Good afternoon, Maureen. Communication
Thank you very much, MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the Secretary and the honorable members here, all officials who are present. My name is Diegizeni Mashiro, the MEC.
Good afternoon, honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Mufewa Nabongo, acting head of department.
Good afternoon, honorable Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Musami Wabudao, CFO.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, colleagues, and Awasha, Committee of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Chair. Honorable members. I'm Dr. Kura, Chief Director, particularly in
Good afternoon, my name is Reformer and providing support to the community. Good afternoon, my name is Mama Mafaka.
My name is Mubarak Director of Social Development.
Colleagues, my name is Mpete Makatle, Community Outreach and Legislative Support.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Bismari Enako.
Good afternoon, colleagues and chairman, honorable members, and honorable ladies. My name is Sundarako, Foundation of Staff Investors.
Well, what's the privilege of standing up so that you can repeat your name.
My name is Sundarako. I'm the head of office, Foundation of Staff Investors.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Without much ado, of course, we have a new member of the legislature that you are not familiar with, Andre Moss, that has just introduced himself as well as the fact that he is going also to recruit himself at about 2, if we go to that time. Yeah. Well, we are now on item number 3. We have received the response from you, MEC, and we wish we can go into asking follow-up questions, but I think it's prudent. That will give you an opportunity just to speak to them briefly before honorable members can engage with them. We have isolated matters that we wanted to do, but these are not our response. They are response from the department. So we'll ask you to speak to them. Unless you are comfortable that we must just come in those that we have isolated.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Chairperson. I think as we have provided the responses, ours would then be to hear from you if you've got clarity or you've got a follow-up that you want to bring to us, and then we'll be able to respond. But in terms of the responses that we've provided, they are as they are, and we are here just to be able to assist the committee in terms of understanding further with what we've provided.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I think the responses are taken as presented from the department to the MEC. We can be able to start deliberating on them. And maybe I must just mention them in passing so that members do not go to town instead of one street that is going to the parliamentary village. The following were the issues that members want to make further follow-up. One being the medical legal claims in relation to the fact that it's a high contingency liability, and that is, as well as matter related to state attorneys handling of case or what our service see as poor performance with regard to dealing with or servicing the department in terms of the cases related to medical legal. There may be others, but for now, the specifically are those ones. The next one that we want you to be aware of is the vacancy management, unfilling of position, acting appointment, as well as remuneration disparity with regard to acting allowance. We relate this with your acting allowance policy. Revenue collection, management and use of private provider for debt collection, and in particular worry that with regard to the road accident fund, we see that there's not much collection of money from that agency. And we may have to go into detail and tell us how we're going to deal with them, deal with it. Mainly, in fact, the whole of the three ones. What are the remedies on the short and long term? Because the responses were not necessarily giving us that understanding. Yeah, I think that's the matter. With the vacancies, the same. What is it that you are going to deal with them? Because it's a high percentage, but the response does not convince us that you are dealing with them in the short term or medium term or long term, so that we are able to get assurance and certainty about that. The same is with regard to revenue that I just passed quickly, with regard to how are you dealing with it, but also explaining if you also have the private service provider in terms of debt collection. Also go a little bit in details about that, as well as relating with it if it's related with the road accident fund, because that's where there is a red line in there. The infrastructure delays, where in the department is a implementing agent, and normally, as you know, the public works, they are the ones that are dealing with infrastructure. You may have to explain a bit, because Department of Public Works, we take it as a capacity to augment all the department. And there was a reason that now you are an implementing agency. And why are we having attention to this? Because there are delays. Obviously, if they were in public and you take them from public works, we wanted to do certain things better than the public works. The next one is about it's part of the tracking of outstanding audit findings relating to information technology and performance that were raised by the Auditor General. we wanted to know how are you dealing with them, so that they no longer appear in our books. Because I've seen even one of the year, which is not that one, it's the matter of performance management is coming back again. There is an issue of waste management services procurement, which according to the Annex 12, this investigation are done. If you can favor the portfolio committee with those findings or its implication, now and even after provide the report, if it's not illegal to give it to us. There's still a follow-up with regard to Digital Veritas. We have acknowledged your response, but we're still worried about its scope, cost, and its time frame. Why we bring that is because we think it does not assist the department with regard to the record management that it needed to deal with. It does not alleviate the problem that were there. As it is said that it deals with old files, we needed to be posted with regard to how does it assist the present scenario in a number of your agencies. Because we're thinking that as they do, so they open a space and begin to organize the department in that field. But we're not convinced yet. That's the reason that we want you to assist. Well, we know that the matter related to coal tender, what we call irregularities. You may have to clarify it better, because the portfolio does not accept that you can make that strategic mistake of that omission that was said. So it's important that we may have to go into details so that we can be able to close these matters. The portfolio do want to do their current work, and all matters that I'm raising are old. There is an issue that is not on your response related to depot. Firstly was that it was insourced, and now we are told that there is a process to outsource it. So it is in your interest to clarify that to the portfolio as the department. Well, there is issue of the report. I think we may have to agree on the report from the department that we must accept. As the portfolio observed that some report, they may not be meeting the standard with regard to the sign on whether it is an official departmental report or not. So it's a matter we can resolve it on how your official reporters, they come here to see that they are authentic, they are this way, and they are signed this way. Recently, when the portfolio were orientating itself, MEC, with regard to understanding the healthcare facilities in the province, there was an issue we are isolating out. We are not dealing with the report with regard to the orientation that we do, self-orientation with unannounced visit. But there is an issue that came out at Vela Hospital and Paramane, safety concerns of your employees there. We take it that you are familiar with it, because we also have sent you a letter, and of course you are going to respond to it on item 5. Well, there is an annexure 12 which seeks one to give a portfolio certain information with regard to investigation, which we accept the attempt, but it's not user-friendly. The members are unable to relate with it. Annexure 12, MECU market. The HOD will see as members explain, or we can look at it quickly. It does not, it's not that friendly that will immediately deal with it, unless if you are writing assignment, because you will be needing at some point. I think that's the matter that we expect some detailed explanation with regard to a data-driven response, as well as the concrete plan and timelines for addressing the issues that we presented to you now. And we want to thank the MC for saving us time, that we must deal with these matters. Members of the portfolio committee will still interact with you after your first response. There's something wrong. Honorable Mate.
No, for me too. It's not that there's something wrong. I'm saying normally when I'm like this, it means I'm giving 150% attention.
Yeah.
But I thought maybe would deal with the questions that we have, so that when they respond comprehensively. I'm not sure, maybe if we can start.
Yeah, you can start.
Thank you very much. Chair, the first question, let me see. One would want to establish if the department complies with public service regulations, because it's clear now there is a rotational or recycling of appointments. In the sector where I come from, when you are afforded an opportunity to act, you cannot come back after some time and act again. Now you have the acting HOD who has previously acted and now acting. Now I want to establish the recycled appointment, does it comply with public service regulations? Even though I'm aware of the fact that it is the competency of the Office of the Premier in terms of appointments of HOD. But ultimately, she accounts to you one way or the other. That is done in consult. The Premier's office will do that in consultation with your office. So I wanted to check if there is not compliance. Secondly, the issue of acting appointments. Some have been there. This one is separate because the acting, you would have a different regulation for senior management and a different regulation for your middle management downwards. Some employees acted from 2016 to date. Some have been acting forever and ever. It was part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, up until the script writers ran out of ideas. Now, what I would want to establish is why the department seem to undermine the resolutions of the Public Service Collective Bargaining Council. Because in the PSCBC, there is a collective agreement. And that collective agreement, which it was entered into by the trade unions in the sector and those that are representing public administration in the And it makes very clear provisions how the person who is supposed to act, when the acting should cease, and what becomes the benefits of a person who has been appointed on an acting position. Because the narrative in the department is that everybody who's on acting position does not get any acting benefits, which then it becomes an exploitation of some sort, which becomes non-compliance with the collective agreement in the public sector. And the question on top of that question would be, in an event whereby he chooses to comply with the collective agreement, would these benefits be applied retrospectively? And again, because now if a person has been acting from 2016 to date, or more than 3 or 6 months, there is what we call reasonable expectation. So in all these acting appointments that have been acting so very long, an element or an aspect of a reasonable expectation has been created. So when you then advertise, you will be compelled not to comply with the fair recruitment process, because already there is a person who has been acting from 2016 to date, and there is no way you can appoint any other person except that one. So how are we going to manage this element of reasonable expectation? And why are we not complying with the collective agreement? Remember, the issue of lack of funds cannot be an excuse for exploitation. Lastly, Chair, this one of Veritas, is this one of investigations. We would agree that number of investigations were commissioned and closed, granted. So there's no way we can go to old stories of PPEs and whatnot. Those investigations were closed. We received the reports, no problem. But currently, they are investigations. And we're not so sure or what are those investigations for, against who. There are many investigations in the department. In terms of disciplinary processes, out of all the investigations and the recommendations, because I'm very sure that the only recommendations that were enforced were those of the SIU and the public protector. Those we are satisfied done. No going back to those. But these other ones would want to know or no, there was, what is your name? Whoever you are. Yeah. This Mkonyan, Honorable, right? Honorable Mkonyan, there was an investigation. This was the proposed remedial action. But we are not being told that this one was taken through disciplinary hearing, and this is, because now the issue, the investigation, we should not pretend as if the investigation was only on PPE. There are a lot of investigations. I want a justification here, MEC, with this Veritas thing. You see, it's a hot potato. And now it is no longer a hot potato, it's a very, very hot potato. There is no way we are going to do anything about it. but if you want to do something, we can do it. Since I've looked at the tender document of Veritas when it was advertised, you know, when you advertise a tender, surely when you put inquiries, Honorable Ngoyan, it means that Ngoyan understands the specification and everything. Is the one that is going to be clarifying everything in that document, right? Because we're going to be making inquiries. I'm giving you an example, I'm not saying it, but it's your friend. Yeah? Since the inception to date, how much have we spent on Veritas? From the first month to date. What happened to the resolution of the 6th administration in terms of transference of skills so that we are able to minimize this expenditure? The department tried to facilitate that so that whatever that these people from Veritas are doing, we transfer it to our people, our clerks in the department, they can do that. How far we, but from where I'm seated, I think there was nothing like that in terms of skills transfer. And lastly, on Veritas, the explanation received this morning is that we are dealing with inactive files that needs to be digitalized and archived, right? Active files will remain on site. And those things should also be done on site. But I would want to get an explanation in terms of justification of that expenditure. What becomes so central? If a file has nothing pending of a dead patient, nothing pending out of that file, a patient is passed on, is closed, Home Affairs have the records. Or I can't give you an example, like 9%. Or a jamboree, Ledwaba has passed on. So why would we need to spend $1 million per day to keep a record that Home Affairs has to tell us that jamboree Ledwaba has passed on? Lastly, Chair, I would repeat, there is a dispute of facts. We raised this issue in the last meeting on pharmaceutical depot, and the acting HOD gave a different response, which was still expecting today. And there is a dispute of facts. We know in 2 months that pharmaceutical depot would be operating by another company. Then effectively it means it is outsourced. But because there is a dispute of facts, I'm anticipating that the answer that she's going to give us is going to dispute the facts that we have tabled. So in terms of the law, because we have deferred other items to the next sitting, in terms of the law and the rules, the portfolio committee has a right to summon any person to come and make a presentation before it. So I want to propose or recommend that because I'm anticipating dispute of facts, the acting HOD is going to, and passionately so, dispute what was saying, even though she knows that what was saying is the truth. That we take a resolution that would subpoena, because the law says we can subpoena or summon or request. That we subpoena or request people of interest that knows that they were part of the pharmaceutical assistant program, they were terminated, they met with the acting HOD, advised that they must meet with the new service provider to finalize their absorption with the new service provider. But last time she came into this meeting and disputed those facts. So I know she's going to dispute, so I want to put it in the back of her mind that the direction that we are going to take as a portfolio committee is to summon 3 or 4 people or persons of interest to come and present before us that thing in 2 months' time is going to be operated. I know the service provider has already been appointed. In 2 months' time, they will be on site. And those people that were in the departmental program here, pharmaceutical assistants, they will then all, or some of them that are not employed, will be absorbed there. But I know there will be dispute of facts, and thank you very much. I know she's going to dispute that.
Well, the reserve, the Sapuna matter in another meeting, because you must trust that the department is going to respond appropriately. And Goyama, you don't take the bait and Yafeta.
I feel the chairman.
Okay.
You come out.
I'm not sure if we'll come back. Honorable Andrew Amos, do you pass the baton? The gentleman next to you.
No, Honourable Chair, if I might say something, I would also like the MEC just to respond on the vacancy rate that was also discussed, that is very high at 55.7%, and like you also touched on the debt collection of RIF, where they owe of the 826 million that is owed to the department. RIF is owing 74% of that 826 million. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Come in and put your hands down.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings once again. I don't know where to start. But I think, Chair, I need to start with the work that this portfolio committee has been doing in terms of oversight. Because we are the voice of the people. Chair, you would remember that when we were conducting our oversight, we got a request, more especially from Chiledzeni Hospital, whereby they were saying that there's a process to build a new hospital, 500 plus bed hospital that side, and then, but there are some delays in terms of implementing that project. And a special request was made to us that we need to ensure that that process kickstarts latest June next year, MEC. And then as well as Higher Hospital, the living conditions of nurses and doctors and other staff, it's bad. You can't stay, it's worse than a hostel. If you know a hostel, it's worse than the worst hostel that you have ever been to. So I can't imagine how people who are supposed to save lives can perform their duties to the best of their abilities, coming out of such conditions. So we are humbly pleading with you, Chair, that we convey this message that we got from those particular institutions. Now, Chair, on medical legal claims, yes, we know the weaknesses in the system, but we can't just fold our arms and say, we are being disappointed by state attorneys not coming to the party and do nothing. But at the end of the day, when a bill comes, or when the sheriff comes knocking on the department's door, threatening to attach, or else you pay 132 million. And then the department then gets left with no option but to pay. The department is paying a lot of money to the Department of Justice, and to the Department of Justice in terms of legal bills. But are we getting value for money? We are not getting value for money. Secondly, the department is losing a lot of money. By the way, we don't have that money. The department doesn't have that money. The government doesn't have that money for medical. It's unbudgeted for. So the department loses a lot of money in terms of this medical legal claims. Now here is where the shortfalls are. One, I've been going through the department's reports on how they plan to mediate or circumvent this medical legal claims. But when you check, they are one, your legal unit, the legal unit of the department, I must say it's actually non-existent, because they are talking about junior, a graduate who is not admitted, an admitted legal practitioner. It's just someone with qualifications, but this person doesn't have any experience in terms of litigation. So these are some of the shortcomings of the department, Chair. That the department, because it is acknowledging in the report that they've got that problem, the department needs to ensure that they go and find a way to recruit. They go and find a way of recruiting specialists, because they also acknowledge that this is a high-risk area, because there are problems, financial problems and rough. So there is now a window in personal injury claims. So we are making this plea, Chair, that can we have seasoned legal practitioners with proper experience being recruited by the department, and the department, in as much as it's medical legal, they expect at least there is someone who's the head of forensic, what. I think that maybe that person is a medical practitioner. Now, there is a need to build the capacity, the legal capacity within the department, so that we can this medical legal claims, because currently they are sitting at 10 billion. So imagine if one day all these cases are finalized and the department is expected to pay 10 billion for the sheriff attaches property of the department. It will be a disaster in the province. But second to that is that there are some shoddy officials within the state attorney or within our hospitals and so on, who collude with certain practitioners. I mean, the last time we actually did, the CEO showed us a file that I had to call this patient or I'm going to lay charges against you if you don't bring this file. And then the patient brought the file. But let's say it was another hospital and the CEO was not like that one. Just throw the hands in the sky and say, there's nothing I can do. The department will be expected to pay close to 200,000 because the department would be compelled to produce medical records. The department doesn't have any record. So the department needs to come up with ways of moving away from papers. Let's go to a paperless technology, whereby if they need files of Thabo Mahoja, who got an accident on the N1, is admitted there by Belabela. They don't have to wait and say, hey, but where is the file of this person? We must go to Mankweng and collect that file and then check. The department must have a system whereby if not I'm admitted in Belabela, they are able to just punch my ID and get my medical history, like we see in private facilities. We need to move to that area. Chair, the department is worried. The vacancy rate is very high, and our people need jobs. We are here because our people voted for us, and part of the money that they've been giving us is that we need jobs. We need jobs, and there are jobs within the departments, but those jobs are not being advertised. There are some red tapes. Officials, management, your role is to make sure that those red tapes, we deal with them. Our people need jobs. Currently in your hospitals, and those posts, mind you, they are funded, and our people need them. Currently, there are posts for CEOs in hospitals, clinical managers, you need them. But there is doesn't seem like there is a complete plan to fill those posts. And then, the moment you allow someone to act, you are plowing a seed of ambition. And the moment you don't appoint him, you disappoint him, then this person already understands the system. Now, this one that you bring, the new one that you bring, there might be a problem to that person. But I thought that I've been acting here. We met people who have been acting for more than 5 years in one position. So the moment you bring Mamota to be the CEO there will be politics, there will be fights, and then at the end of the day, it is our people, it is community members who will be suffering because they will not be getting the best medical treatment. My questions are quite a lot, Chair. Chair.
Don't repeat what others.
No, I'm not going to repeat. Revenue. We've got 826. So says that 826, which is the amount that is owed to the department by your staff and staff. Now, there's a contract that you entered in participation with the Department of somewhere in Free State. I'm not sure whether it's health or whether it's, but somewhere in Free State. Now, that contract ended in 2022 of debt collection. Now, my understanding of debt is that at some point it prescribes. So now, if Lori, you allow this thing, this contract to expire, then it means there's no one following up on this debt, and the department needs this money. So we are saying, come up with your plans, because we need to see the revenue of the department being enhanced. Now, the other one, I think it's on that MRI that exploded, Chair. You know, one of the things that we've been asking, what about, you know, if this person is well trained and well experienced, cannot come in and try to decommission and then this thing explodes, because you would have prior knowledge and experience. So, Chair, we received the certificate of this person, Mr. Hartberg. I think he's the one who was tasked to decommission that machine. But when you look at his certificate, you find that he got, in 2018, he got a certificate in proficient MR service. I think MR, maybe it's MRI. MR service in 2018. And then, in 2022, he got a certificate in, and by the way, that certificate is not even commissioned, a certificate in MRD installation. So now, this person, on a little less than 2 years experience, are qualified to deal with this thing. But the reason why we are saying that we need experienced people is that had luck not been on our side, people would have died at Polokwane Hospital. So, Chair, next time, please, the department needs to take all the precautionary measures to ensure that the people who deal with their machines are well trained and well experienced.
Service providers.
Yeah, I think it's service providers. Chair, the health technology, according to their reports, up to 72% of the radiology machines are non-compliant with SAPA. So it's a mess. It's a mess, Chair. So I think that maybe there are plans to ensure that our people get compliant machines. I've touched a little bit on infrastructure. I think colleagues will add on that. And then, I'm not sure whether this, we got a report on NHI, and then I think it was also NHI, when an explanation was made, it was like, it's when doctors, specialist doctors come to the province, they try to reduce the burden. They try to reduce the surgery burdens that we have in the province in various districts. So, Chair, I don't know. It's just that the figures were not well expanded. But the millions that we are talking about are quite a lot. So I was thinking that maybe in the future, in the near distant future, the department needs to ensure that it embarks on a rigorous process to attract specialists who are full-time stationed in our own province. Unlike getting someone who will come here one day and then 2 months is not here, and then we think we have solved the problem. We went to this nursing college in Mokopane. There is budget allocated to the Mokopane Nursing College, but it's just a white elephant. There are people who are working at the nursing college, but there are no students. They are teachers. They said they are teachers, but those teachers don't have students. So it becomes a problem. And why don't you take these people, assign them somewhere, as you are trying to deal with the infrastructure that is required in that particular nursing college. Chair, my last one is that this thing, medical practitioners, especially doctors. There's this system, I don't remember Michelle called, now they are using shift. So now, these doctors, apparently there are some shifts that they are not, whereby you'll find in a particular hospital on a particular shift, because it's not paid. I think you'll clarify it better. I'm just trying to. On a particular shift, you'll find that the hospital doesn't have a doctor. So we are going to have a problem one day, whereby these doctors are out knowing that they are not working on that particular weekend. I think it's maybe on weekends. They are not working on that particular weekend, because if you go to work, no one is going to pay you. So I think that maybe if they can just try to explain it better to us, and then also assure us that we would not come back here one day when we are told that someone unfortunately has passed on due to the unavailability of a doctor, and the other story that we get is that no, but I was not paid for this day. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Chair of Chairs, we have a scope that we are working on, and I can see honorable members are going outside of that scope.
I'm going to resist that temptation.
And that caused me a problem, because I've given the scope to the department, and you want them to go out. If they choose to only answer you on matters that we did not put as the priority, then it will cause the meeting a problem.
No, as Chair, I can assure you that I'm going to resist the temptation to go outside the scope. Good afternoon, my friends and your team. I have got only 5 questions. Of course, there's only one question that has got rare successes. The first question, Chair, relates to, and of course, colleagues were able to speak to the matter, which is medical legal claims, which I think takes quite an exorbitant amount of money from the department. The question I want to raise, Chair, it's whether the department do think about the possibility of the existence of syndicates within the department, which might even involve your colleagues. And I was actually going through the report as it were, and I think the chair spoke a bit about the nature of the report. They are not free. That report is not signed, the report is not, it does not even have the department logo. So the first question would be that, whether you don't think there is the existence of syndicates. He just gave an example of files just getting stolen, and I think the theft of files only relates to these minor figures, where if the file is not there and they want it, you pay 100 and something. But here you can say that we are speaking about something very serious. Serious money is not involved. So that would be the first question. I have also went through your strategy on how you are intending to deal with this pandemic, which is, but I just want you to really answer me in terms of. The second question, Chair, which I think also colleagues try to speak to. I just want to go to the specifics, which relates to the 18 posts, but with specific reference to the 18 allowance policy. Whether the decision to allow people to act on vacant and funded posts without any remuneration, whether you think it's legal in that sense, and whether you can be able to provide the portfolio committee with a comprehensive report that relates to the number of posts that are being acted on and people not being paid in that sense. That would be my second question. The third question, Chair, relates to the Veritas digital. Even on this one, I think it's I can't remember the next chapter. Next chapter. You can see the report as well is not signed. And I'm being very specific about it because it's possible that tomorrow might say it's not our document. And that's why for me, it's important that we speak to documents which are authentic, as it were. The question I have, which is the question that has three sub-questions. The first question relates to why are your contracts this long? And I want to pick your mind on that. Why do you make your contract 5 years if also you are not intending to transfer skills at the end of the contract? And I can level a claim that perhaps these contracts are consistent or commensurate with the term of the administration. Or don't you think it even impedes the possibility of a competition? Those who can be able to do the job, can't you limit this contract? Or what is your thinking on that? That is A. B relates to the fact that these people, you have given them facilities, and I'm sure it's all facilities. And I think they are on their 4th year. No, 3rd year. 4th year. They were appointed in 2020. You still have more than 30 facilities that completely are unattended. And the question becomes, what will then happen if the contract lapses and we still have facilities that are not being attended to? And I'm sure there you will be very technical. C, Chair, and here I'm taking you to the contract itself. That in terms of the paragraph, I think it's 18.1 of the contract, says the contract is fixed for 12 months. In terms of the adjustments, Chair, I think I'm going to be more clear as I. So is fixed for 12 months, after which you will then do adjustment in terms of the CPI for the year 2, year 3. And the contract is loudly silent in terms of the 4th year and the 5th year in terms of what will happen in that sense. And what will then be what will the adjustment be based on? Should you then decide at that time to do adjustments? What will be the basis, as it were, for such adjustments? That is the C. Number 4 relates to, or maybe in passing, I want to ask a stupid question, Chair, as to who prepares your reports. Over and above the fact that the reports are not signed, some are badly written. I can quickly take you through a report that speaks about this trust. That report, as you go through it, has serious grammatical errors and appreciating where the report comes from and where it is going. I think those are the things you will not expect. That is a question that doesn't need an answer. Because my 4th question relates to the infrastructural projects, which I think the Chair, when he was giving the preamble, was able to indicate that the department seems to be implementing infrastructure projects. And the question there becomes, do you have the requisite skills in terms of the project management and or engineering in that sense? Because before you can even build, you really need people who can be able to do project management, the design and things related to it. The 5th question, which is the last question. The report about the investigation of cases. I think Chair was very clear there that you can't speak to that report. There's the first graph that speaks to, it's an extra 12. It's a report, it will show you easily accessible. It just gives you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. And then case numbers, dates that go in. And then you go to the second one, you then give the description of the cases as it were. But you are not able to know how do they relate to the first information and the last information. So that will be that at least this report must be able to help us, to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You still here?
I'm still here.
Okay.
I am going nowhere. Thank you, Chairperson. And I will say this to the MEC, and I've said it to you before, MEC. When you came into this position, I don't think you had any idea what you were letting yourself in for. Because health has got to be one of the most difficult portfolios to work in, and it comes with tremendous complexities. And I think you realize now what a mess we actually sit in. And I know a lot of this is going to be hard for you because you are new to the portfolio. A lot of what we're going to discuss happened prior to your election as the MEC. But the fact remains is that there are teams that you have been involved in. So there's and I will keep mine short this week, the vacancy rate. And I'm particularly concerned about 73.2% vacancies in specialists, in medical officers. Now, we understand that there are budget constraints, but surely these are critical posts. Surely these must be critical posts. And what we don't have is a clear idea of what the surgical backlogs is. We have done exercises to try and reduce the surgical backlogs, but we have no idea of what those surgical backlogs are. Now, I asked this question a couple of years ago when I was in the National Assembly on the National Portfolio of Health. And at that stage, oncology services, surgeries for oncology, breast cancer, ovarian cancer, all of those kind of things, was then in, and that was for Limpopo, okay, a year behind. Now, any oncology surgeries that are a year behind is tantamount to giving somebody a death sentence. You've got cancer, you get in as quickly as you can, you get the cancer out in order to give the patient a fair opportunity of survival. When you've got a year's backlog, and that's just oncology particularly that I'm talking about, cancer patients. Cancer spreads, it spreads very quickly. It's a surgery that needs to be done now. You need to clear out the cancer. You need to do mastectomy if it's breast cancer. Please can we have an idea from your department, what are the surgical backlogs, i.e. oncology, i.e. orthopedic, i.e. ophthalmology. That is very important. It's very difficult, and a lot of the calls we get are people who are being told to come back to the hospital next month, come back in 3 times to have their surgeries, and then they get there and it's postponed again and they can't have those surgeries. Now, when people are ill and they are uncomfortable, they're pretty ratty. And they can get pretty ugly, okay? Because they're in pain, they're uncomfortable, they need surgery, their life, the quality of life is being ended. So I think we need to understand how bad that is. Apart from the fact that it would appear that, and I don't want to use the wrong word, with regards to acting posts, and there is a discrepancy in your figures between 604 and 587, 2 reports differ. But that's an awful lot of people to be acting. The Department of Health is a very, very critical department in terms of quality of life for people, and at the moment it looks more like a show, a theatre show. More people acting than there are actually working, and that's more a point of, I have a terrible concern with that. The outstanding debts has been raised, and that is a concern for me. RAF is the highest, and this is a government entity. How can we as a government department not be getting money out of a government entity? And you have employed, I believe, contractors to do debt recovery, but by far the highest percentage is a government entity itself, surely. And a debt collector is not going to RAF because they've been employed to do the people who don't have the medical aid, the private payers. They're not doing the bulk of yours, which is RAF. Honestly, if you need help in this, let's get all time in together. Because this kind of question now should be going to the Minister of Transport saying, why is RAF not paying? And I have submitted that question today. That's unacceptable. We have shortages, we have budget deficits, we have a department in a crisis, and a government entity is not paying us. It's like people who don't pay for their lights and water, government entities who don't pay for lights and water in their buildings. Digital Veritas for me has been a nightmare. It's been a nightmare for a long time. So these are my questions, straight up. Okay. We have spent R1 billion. Over the period, it works out R1 million a day. The job is not complete, according to the report we've got today. They have not finished. We paid them R1 billion bucks, and the job is not complete. Question number 1, out of which budget, which line item on your health budget was this contract provided for. When we started this contract, did we have a specific budget for this project? And it's a very important question, because if we didn't, where the hell did we suddenly pay R1 billion out of? If it wasn't budgeted for. And if it wasn't budgeted for, it means we've taken money from Peter to pay Paul. And we've left our health department in an absolute total utter disaster. Question number 2. Where are the officers? Where is Digital Veritas? Where is the archive? You're paying them to copy and box and archive the materials. Where is it? How does one access it? They are taking everything that they have copied and obviously digitally capturing it as well on hard drives, whatever it is. Where are they? Do you have access for them? It's a job they're doing for you. Have they handed you everything that they have done? Because when I read this report, there's absolutely nothing that indicates to me that there has been monitoring and evaluation on this contract. We coolly paid them $1 billion. For what? Where is the evidence? Can we see their invoices and see who checked from your department, who actually went through hard drives, through archives, through boxes to confirm that what they invoiced us has actually been done? And I really have a concern that it actually has not. And if it has not, you must know that you're going to find yourself subject to a massive investigation. Infrastructure, well, I don't know whenever, I don't understand it, where a department has become an implementing agent. It's not practical, it's not realistic, you don't have the skill set, you don't have the quantity surveyors, you do not have the engineers, you have nothing in your department that makes it credible for you to be the implementing agent on any project. And this was very evident in the Maputo Malachi Hospital saga. The department was, then the department wasn't. And then they didn't like what happened after that, so the department took it back again. And what happened? Disaster. There's one thing, and it wasn't on your list too, but I'll make it very quickly. I have a problem with the electrical hybrid system, where we're moving over to a hybrid system. In the report it says 65 million has been set aside for solar in 60 clinics. That's R1 million a clinic. I certainly hope not. The rolling over of 52 million on the NHI funding, I think it was 22-23, because the money wasn't spent. You asked for it to be rolled over. I gather it's still not fully spent, and that specifically was for mental health and health professional contracting. Every time we don't spend or we roll over, our budget diminishes. This is not a problem that can afford to diminish budget at this stage. The coal tender, that was very interesting. When you put out a tender for a whole lot of hospitals, the contractor gets the tender and then goes to find out that 17 of the hospitals that he was tendered to give coal to don't even have a boiler. Questionable. Who was behind that little fraudulent activity? Medical legal claims, well, at 10.2 billion. I don't know where you're going to pay that from when the time comes. Because you do not have Digital Veritas files to go back on, apparently, because no one's ever seen them. And we've lost so many claims already, because when it gets to court, the department or the hospital cannot produce the files. I know that there's a huge syndicate fraudulently claiming against medical legal. I know that. It's huge. But even if 55% are proven to be fraudulent, you are still looking at 5 billion rand. Can we just get an update, please? Just one straight question. What was our regular expenditure? And the waste management procurement, please, we need addresses, pin locations, as to where medical aid waste is being delivered to and or disposed. We have concerns about where it's actually being dropped and where it should be dropped. We'd like to know exactly, in terms of their contract, it must be declared there, where the medical waste that is being collected by whoever it is, we know what happened with Bushland, is actually being delivered and disposed of. We found a factory, not in Limpopo, in Johannesburg, in a backyard, where medical waste was being dumped, including corpses and bodies. So this is obviously a big concern and something we need to monitor carefully. I'm done.
Thank you
Short,
very
sharp,
much.
sweet, eh?
Yeah, I think so. But everyone is disagreeing with you on that side. The baton has passed, Honorable Ngoyana, and yeah, thank you, Honorable Moore. The time is up. Yeah, I think as you respond to the matter of the medical claims, please just state the root cause of those medical claims before you go into the next one. What exactly were the root cause of that? Secondly, what was the initial target for this popular digital veritas? Start there, so that we start from the beginning. This was the target, or then we can respond to what honorable members said. Honorable members, you have asked all questions. I think it's time that I give the MEC and the team an opportunity to respond to the question. MEC, the floor is yours, that you can put your answers in such a way that you will be satisfied with yourself. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chairperson and greetings once more. Chair, let me first acknowledge all the questions that we have received and promise that we will try by all means to answer to the best of our abilities. And also, I want to put it to you, Chairperson, that we are here to account and also to be as honest as we can to this committee, because I've heard maybe we'll be trying to defend some of the things which I believe the team that I've got here would ensure that we assist one another to answer the questions to the truth from better that we can possibly can. But also, Chair, I also want to appreciate the work that has been done by the Portfolio Committee. We've seen you've been visiting our facilities, playing oversight, and I think which is something that will also assist us in ensuring that we do indeed try to resolve all the matters that we find in the facilities being assisted by your good selves, because we know that alone we cannot be able to reach everywhere at once, but when we are working with you, then we'll be able to do that. So we really appreciate what you are doing. And Chairperson, what you've found in the facilities, mostly the issue of shortage of staff, it's what we also realize that indeed when you go visit facilities, you find they all have a common problem, which is shortage of staff. And due to that, Chair, we are not just seated and saying there's no money, we cannot do anything, because we expect our staff members to render services to our people, and for them to be able to render those services, obviously we need to assist them in ensuring that there's people who are able to work towards that. So with that, Chair, we have agreed, given an instruction that in terms of all the funded posts that are there, they must be replaced. And if you can check on our website, on our Facebook page, you'll see that there are always circulars that are coming out, because we are busy trying to check where there are posts, where they are still funded and they are not replaced, that we replace them. The only challenge that we have, Chairperson, is that you'll find in some facilities we've got a shortage in terms of maybe the lower levels posts, which you find we don't have any vacant positions that are funded. So it means now we'll have to have, if we have the funds, then it means we must prioritize the funds so that we can advertise for such positions. But for us to be able to do that, it's where we need approval in the Office of the Premier and also a Treasury, which takes time and delays the process. So for now, what we've agreed on is that the like-for-like posts that are there, that are funded, we can be able to move and be able to advertise and employ people who are going to assist us. If you check, as I've said, in our platforms, we've already advertised. We are working now on getting an advert soon. It should be out soon, where we will be advertising for more professional nurses so that they can be able to assist, because I believe that to the facilities that you've visited and also that I've visited, the very, very problem that we have is that of professional nurses. So we want to actually try by all means to bring them in so that we can be able to strengthen our facilities in terms of rendering the services, and also be able to continue activating our clinics or to render 24-hour services. We cannot do that if we do not have staff. So we are actually working on that, and also we are not looking away at that one of saying the entry level post, the lower level, because yes, we also have challenge in terms of your clerks, your cleaners and so forth, but I'm saying with that one, we know that the processes, it takes a bit longer because of the other processes that we must follow, but we are on it, and we are actually very much committed to ensure that we strengthen these facilities so that they can actually offer the best services that we require, all of us per se. And Chair, there are a lot of issues that have been raised that I would allow my acting HOD to take us through. The issue of medical legal, it's an issue that we are all concerned about, and indeed even the minister was crying about it. There's even an SIU report, so I agree with you. Sometimes most of these claims we find that they are not even proper. It's just I don't know, they said it's a syndicate. Maybe I don't agree with that. They say there are lawyers who are working, I don't know with whom, but to try to steal the funds that are meant to assist our people. So it is something that also we are looking at to ensure that indeed where we are wrong as the department, we ensure that we check what is the purpose, what is the root cause as we've asked, and we address that so that we don't have those minor mistakes, the negligence that we'll be talking about, that would cost us to actually be sued and end up paying so many amount of monies that we actually need as the department. And Chairperson, the issue of Chilizini and these other hospitals that Honorable Mabucha was talking about, we've also raised the issue because that issue, when I also visited Chilizini, they spoke about the issue. We even have a letter from the Human Rights Commission that they were complaining about the state of Chilizini, and even myself, I went there. Indeed, the state is not good, and the project were promised that it was supposed to start this year in August, but it did not happen. But now the latest report that we got is that the project will be starting next year, 2025, around February. But there, Chairperson, the challenge is that the funds are with the National Department of Health, and they are the ones who are supposed to confirm budget so that the project can start. But as you all know that we had a visit from the President last week Friday, so it is part of the report that we've given to the President so that they can assist us in unlocking those funds so that those projects can start, because we know at least when they start, we would be assisting the people that require those services in our facilities, and also even the state of where our employees are working. It is correct that it should be an environment that is conducive for them to be able to work. Chairperson, let me just give the team that I'm with to touch on everything bit by bit, and then if there's where I need to add, I will then come in again just to add on the matters. But we do really appreciate the good job that you are doing, and we'll try by all means to comply with the committee.
clarify some of the issues, and then others will be responded to by the relevant head of branch. In terms of, I'll just start where the MEC ended, that the National Department of Health has what they call in-kind grant, where they facilitate construction of various projects across the country. In Limpopo, they are facilitating Chiridzini Hospital, as well as Limpopo Academic Hospital, Siloam Hospital, and Elim Hospital. So Siloam Hospital they have started, and Limpopo Academic Hospital they have started. Chiridzini Hospital is delayed. We have written to them as indicated by the MEC, and last year because we noted that there were delays, and the DG did respond to indicate that at the moment they are unable to start, but in terms of this letter, that we will start in the next financial year, if not able to meet the February deadline. So the budget vote is not with us, it is with National Department of Health for all of those projects. So they are the only ones who can confirm. Unfortunately, we can't force them, but obviously through the various structures, we are able to express our dissatisfaction with the delays and request confirmation of when those projects will start, for example, like we have done now. Similarly, I believe there was a question raised about staff accommodation. So yes, Chiridzini, because it's under the MDOH in-kind grant, staff accommodation is under that particular project because it's a replacement project. So hence, unfortunately, the delays do affect those issues as well. In terms of other staff accommodations, they have to be funded within the department's funding, and each year facilities are expected to bid for funding, and Hayani is also expected to follow the same procedure. And as far as we know, they did not bid. They did bid for water issues, which they were funded for, and which are being attended to. In terms of, there was a question about doctors, Honorable Chair. I think it wasn't clear, though, from the question what was the issue, but I'll try to explain. Doctors are employees like any other employees. They too are subject to the operational needs of the employer, and the employer does have the prerogative and right to structure their work, and that structuring may be in shifts. That's one part. Now, doctors were previously not structured in shifts. Okay, they were structured as working a normal hour, 8 hour, from 7:30 to 4:30 or 8 o'clock to 1700 hours. What that created was then we run a 24-hour service. So it means for the remaining of the 24 hours, you are working on overtime. Now that is overtime by design. In a 24-hour service, it's incorrect. So we are trying to correct that. So hence doctors were engaged, particularly from the old process of working, in what is called commuted overtime. So their overtime is commuted at a specific rate for specific hours. So we are trying to change that so that we are designing a system through that speaks to the kind of service we are rendering, which is a 24-hour service. So you know, like nurses are on a shift system to ensure that. So we are doing the same in terms of doctors, pharmacists, all the professional categories that need to render a service over a 24-hour period. Not all professional categories are required to do that, so it's only applicable to those. So hence, if you look at our adverts, they now have medical officer shift and so on and so forth, so that people know that they are applying for a shift and it's clearly specified. And therefore, it also specifies that your commuted overtime may be at a different number of hours. So we're trying to close and make sure that people work normal hours, reduce the number of overtime that doctors have to work, and also thereby reducing the burnout that they complain about. So that is why you may have heard people talking about shifts. There is no shift that is unpaid, because if you are on a shift, you are doing what you are contracted to do. But you may then have a combination of staff members that were employed using a shift advert and contract, and all staff members that were not that. And they may be participating in a, if they are on duty, they are on a commuted overtime slot. And it doesn't mean that if you are on a shift, you do not participate on overtime. If that is required, you will be requested. You do have a commuted overtime contract. So there is no expectation that there will be a shift that is unpaid. There's nothing like that. And or that there will be a gap, because call rosters, if we call it like that, or duty rosters, are planned for the next month and signed off this month. So if there are gaps, those gaps, it is the duty of the head of institution to address them and make sure that everything is covered. I think there was, I will ask the other colleagues to respond on the issues of revenue, outstanding audit findings on IT for the CFO, and the issues of the coal tender, and any other issues that are not missed.
Thank you, Honorable MEC and Acting HOD, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I'm going to start with the revenue collection, specifically looking at the issue of the use of private service provider for collection. Maybe just to give a background, you are right to say we are sitting at 800+ million in terms of the debt book, and of which more than 70% of that debt book is attributable to RAF. And the service providers that are in our midst, I would like to indicate that it's a transversal contract, referring to the contract that has been concluded by our national treasury that we had to participate. We were inducted to say, as you know, part of the government, we are not allowed to go out ourselves and have the revenue collection agent. We need to participate on the one that has been concluded. However, since we have started to participate on that contract, I'd like to indicate that the recovery rate is not satisfactory. We are on constant, contact with the service providers, trying to get the best out of them, but we realize that challenges such as those that are owing us are coming from rural or rural, because you know very well that people who rely on our healthcare services are coming from poor of the poorest, and as a result, we end up not getting any fund or money from those that are owing us, and we do not have the rights to deny them access even when they are to come back for health services again now they owe us. But what we did, we have introduced what we call spot billing in our hospitals as we speak, wherein we have tried to make sure that all the outpatients before you get the medication like what is happening in our private sector, you are given your bill in order for you to know how much you have enjoyed since you have entered the institution up to the end of the process. And we have also gone to an extent of making sure that those that are at the core phase of service delivery, assisting our patients, they must try to induct or educate our patients to pay whatever amount that they could be able to pay in order to make sure that our debt book is not growing in a manner it is. So coming to the rough slow collection, we have been lodging claims, timelessly so, from the department point of view. Unfortunately, RAF has got its own challenges. And RAF, we have been having constant meetings with them. They are able to pay but a minimal fee. They don't even go to an extent of paying us 5% of what they are owing us. And we took it upon ourselves at head office now instead of the institution, because institution, they are able to raise all those bills and stuff like that. Hence you see the debt book growing the way it is. But unfortunately, the problem is RAF does not agree. And we will appreciate, I think, what has been said by my honorable member when he was on the floor, is that if we could be assisted to make sure that even Department of Transport will start to understand, the impact on which RAF non-payment is making to other departments, that would be appreciated. We are doing our best. We have also involved National Department of Health in order for them to assist all the provinces, because we are not only in Limpopo. They are also trying to have a parallel, kind of engagement with the RAF in order to come up with an amicable solution on how can we, manage this particular debt, because it's ever growing, not being abated, and that is a challenge. So we are doing our best. Unfortunately, when they do not have money, we just have to write letters to them, follow the due process, and at the end of the day, we end up having to write off the debt, following the debt policy in terms of the prescribed period, because that is the accounting treatment that we are supposed to subject ourselves to in case we fail to get the money that we are being owed by the stakeholders.
I want you to complete with explain what's wrong with the medical aid not paying and other department correctional service.
Okay. When it comes to the medical aid, we are doing our best in making sure that we lodge our claims well in time. And when you look at, the percentage collection, it has been improving since we have been putting our institution under, monitoring mechanism that ensures that we shouldn't fail to get money from the medical aid. However, the challenges that we still have are those that we find that they have exhausted their medical aid. Because the moment we realize that the medical aid is unable to honor that obligation, we have to now start to follow, those that, enjoy the services, referring to the patient himself. So at this point in time, the disappointment is with the patients, because even though we have made follow-up, you'll find that, they are still failing to pay. Those are the ones that we have handed over to the, private service providers. And when we have handed them to the service providers, even the service providers, they are still struggling to get up to 5% collection rate. And you will also appreciate the fact that from the department point of view, it will not be prudent for us to appoint debt collectors, whereby if we manage to solve the problem, we'll end up having so many people without enough to do. Hence, we appreciate the issue of having the service providers to assist us with the once-off, and if the matter is resolved, then we can continue amicably. I think the problem is the data that we normally collect from our people, because there's quite a lot of misrepresentation it makes, our debt collectors difficult sometimes to follow them, especially the old debt. At this point in time, we also rolled out a system that is called patient verification system, that when you present yourself, as long as you present your ID, we are in a position to know who you are, what you do, and so that we can be able to classify you correctly, and also go to an extent of expecting payment for you, because if you are employed, definitely you are not supposed to enjoy 100% discount from our government. So from other departments, if you look at what they normally do, which is something that is not written but we always experience it, they don't tend to pay other departments beginning up to almost end of the financial year. They start to pay on the fourth quarter of the financial year. Meaning that what they do, they don't even budget for the services that are rendered by other departments in their budget. They only start to look at the savings and pay you as and when they realize that they won't spend everything that they have, and that is where you start to benefit and get something from them. I'll give a simple example, like correctional services are, those are the departments that are owing us. We are chasing them, making sure that they pay us, but unfortunately, you find that the response is not, successful or positive. So what we have now planned to do at the office of the CFO is that we need to have monthly meetings with those departments, so that we can then appreciate what are the risks, and also for them to appreciate the challenges that we are facing as a department with the non-payment of their debts. On the outstanding audit findings related to IT, let me indicate that we are sitting with around 7 of those auditing findings, and those audit findings primarily are talking to the aged or old system that we have. Give an example of the patient health information management system. We have been in the process of replacing that system for quite a number of years. Unfortunately, CETA has been very slow in assisting us because we are not allowed to procure such kind of a service ourselves. We have to subject everything via CETA. At this point in time, I think they spent almost 3 years just dealing with that particular bit, and without any joy on the side of the department. So we are trying our best to put them under pressure to get the best out of them in order for us to resolve these issues, because issues that we are talking about, until we get the new applications, they will not be resolved. They will be resolved when we've got the new application, which will therefore cover all the areas that AG found us wanting. So we know very well that the only way is to get this new system rolled out, and the moment we do that, we could be able to get out of the pipeline. And we are doing our best. Right now, they are busy with the CAP system that has been awarded and is being rolled out, but we have got a bit of challenge because the service provider started to raise certain things that were also in the specification, like the GIS, to say it was not, whereas it is, and we have gone back to CETA for CETA to assist us to give us clarity. They are in the process of also finalizing the other one, which is called workforce management, which we believe that if nothing happened to impede the progress, we could get the positive of the award before end of the calendar year, referring to this. So we'll be left with this other one, which is called the CES, which has already collapsed as a result of CETA failing to provide leadership or award while it was still valid. Okay? Going further to the waste management procurement, I would like to indicate that we have got a contract that we have extended, and that extension I think is ending before the end of this financial year. The investigation that is being conducted by SIU according to where we are, we have just received what we call a draft report, but the draft report, it was more on the side of giving us an instruction to start with the process of, blacklisting the company because there were certain things that were found not to be good standing on the side of the company. So we have started with that process. We are engaging with the SIU. We are working closely with them. So they have not yet provided us with a report that we can say it's final, that we can share. And they gave us that to say action this, then that is what we are doing. So I believe that the moment it is made, final, we'll then share with the committee because that will be appropriate for us to do. There's an issue that talks to coal tender irregularities. I would like to bring to the attention of the committee that if you look at the tender, the issue that made the headlines from the beginning, it was the issue of numbers of institutions which were included in our specification.
We're talking about coal tender.
Coal tender. Okay. A number of institutions that were included were more than the ones that needs coal because right now they've been reduced drastically because they've been a shift from using coal in terms of boiler and started to use electricity. So as a result of that, there was an error which was committed by the specification committee whereby they put the number and that number of the institution when after we have awarded and when the service providers went to decide to start with the process of having a relationship with the CEOs and stuff like that, they then learned that hospitals that were allocated to them, they are no longer using boilers. And as a result of that, the matter was brought back to the attention of the HOD, and the HOD instructed me to look at the matter. We then reviewed everything. We even called the service providers, presented to them. They appreciated the fact that yes, certain institutions, they don't have boilers. As a result of that, the reallocation was done and lesser institution was given to them. And I'd like to put it on record that there was no cent paid to any service provider related to the institution that did not have boiler. That happened as a result that no order was issued because that would have been irregular, that would have been fraud. Because you cannot issue an order for something that you are not going to utilize. So I would like to put it on record that from the system of the internal system control that we have in the department, we are able to detect, certain fraudulent activities within the department. Hence, when that issue happened, CEOs together with the service providers, they were all up in arms to say, this was not supposed to have happened. And then we went back to the drawing board. We then realized that numbers were not well informed. It was informed by what we had prior to the tender, advertisement, which was as a result of the history which was supposed to be adjusted. So that is what exactly happened with that. So there is no loss that the department, realized, and no one has been paid for the work that was not done.
So which means there were no due diligence. People were doing it because they must understand the side that they are going to call everyone to tender or to bid. So there was, we call it an omission, and I accept your explanation, but I was thinking you'll talk about what were the consequences of that, because we need to close it. For sure, we've told you there are certain things that we need to close them after we are thoroughly given information and evidence deal with them. And so that I stop you a bit, but you may have to end it with including what I just said.
Maybe just follow up.
On the tender.
Cool.
Okay.
Maybe what Let me just say I accept the explanation it's given. But I would want to be clarified further because from the explanation is that when the specification and the award was made, they were not aware that these institutions have converted to using electricity. That is the explanation. So the specification and the award was drawn on the previous experience and knowledge. But in between the award, the advert and the award, there was conversion from coal to electricity. You can't touch my English.
But as a page, I can explain so that they give you the whole explanation. Next time you're not going to sit next to another material. Next time I'm
there is no law enforcement officer that can write a statement with good English. So, yeah. Now, what I want to understand here for, well, your explanation, it's reasonable. But this conversion, so somebody must understand, when you use something and you change, it's not transition. Transition is moving to another phase. When you change, it's conversion. When they converted to electricity, already the specification was done. Now, how did they convert to electricity without the knowledge of the department? Because logically the department would have known that institution 1, 2, 3 are converting to electricity. So therefore, they cannot. Because now, before you even award, because in between, that information should have reached the department one way or the other. Unless if it risks somebody in the department and took it for granted that it might not. But for a mere fact that there's not been loss, that is one fact that we would appreciate. There's not been loss and there's not been litigation. Because remember, if I'm sitting with an appointment letter, and the next thing you're telling me that I'm no longer, I can take you to cleaners in Henry. But, like I said, Chair, earlier, there seems to be laxity. In between things are not getting where they're supposed to be. What is that? Because I do not think that somewhere, a CEO somewhere, can just decide to change the system without the approval of head office. It cannot be correct. So I want to have that understanding. Maybe the management of information or the decision-making process in the department from a local level. What do you call this thing? It's a local hospital. Doesn't just show it about local. Or yeah? You know what's show hospital? Or show hospital. What is the okay. What is the decision-making process from the Shehu hospital to the department? Because ultimately that will be the HOD's office. What is the decision-making process? Because surely, one way or the other, the information should have reached the department that there is a conversion here. Unless if these hospitals, they are independent, they decide on what they do without the approval of the department. That was the whole of the
and for sure, that deficiency is causing us to
and ignore this.
Yeah. So it realizes lack of something. I don't know whether it's maintenance, routine, or there's something wrong that is left. But taking that into consideration, we needed to assure us that that's the one they paid. And what is it that we have done? Just to make sure that it is nailed. The first explanation that he said, which have convinced us 90%, there is 10% that can cancel it.
So can this movie be removed from this destructive?
But Chair, requested permission to move this side.
Yeah, tell them. Okay, it was a break, don't worry. yeah, you're still on the floor. I don't know if you have transferred the risk to the activity. Okay.
Yes, Chair. So the aspect that you are questioning on, we have also looked into it because we needed to determine whether there was an aspect of maleficence during that process of the bid specification, because normally we do, part of the practice is that they are end users who give information, obviously. So like when you say ship or as an end user. So hence, when we looked at all the issues that we needed to determine, was it an internal control, was it a simple mistake, or was there an element of deliberate maleficence? So hence this matter was referred to the SIU to actually investigate, and we wanted it to be external, so that it's not us who are maybe found to be people casting aspersions, if I can put it like that. So we have done that, and we are waiting then for the SIU to do that process so that we can know exactly why it went in this particular fashion.
But I appreciate, but are you afraid to take decision?
No, we're not afraid
to discipline?
No.
You are not?
No.
Okay.
So once it comes out, so that we know if there's a criminal element, obviously we will need to report it to the relevant authority for them to take it forward, and so on and so forth.
All right, go ahead, you were on the floor.
Thank you very much. I think she has covered me there. The issue that I wanted to also talk about, it was the budget for digitalization. There was a question which I think on the digitalization, DDG Corporate Services will talk to the process and everything, but I would like to talk to the issue of the budget. Every financial year we make a point that we have a budget for each and every project that is being run by the department, and on each and every year that we have spent, the budget was appropriated. How do we go to an extent of doing that? We have got what we call the original budget, where you find that a certain amount has been appropriated to a certain project. Come budget adjustment, when we realize that we also have additional funding, we also go to an extent of adding the budget depending on the budget bids that have been put forward by different stakeholders such as the project management. In this case of Veritas, we have been receiving budget requests. I'll give a simple example. Even in the current financial year, they requested almost 200 million so that they will finalize all the inactive files. But we managed to provide them with around 60 million because that is what we can be able to afford. So that is how we go about looking at the budget. So we spend the budget that we have allocated, and that is how we manage our financial management. That is why even when you look at the department at this current moment, just for your appreciation, we are also paying our suppliers within 30 days, which simply means that we are doing our best in making sure that our financial health is at an acceptable level, and even our suppliers are not suffering the issue of cash flow after they've rendered the services to the Department of Health.
Sorry, Chair, question for clarity. So over the 5 years or 4 years that it was that we paid them R1 billion, that was budgeted for on year. We put R1 billion without money aside to do this.
Okay. There was an issue of debt collection contract that we once participated on. It was, I think, from the Free State province. It was mainly meant to assist us with the RAF collection. And it ended up expiring. But I would like to indicate the reason why we did not renew that debt collection contract. It was mainly that RAF came in and started to assist us with the system and work with us. Wherein it was going to save us, the commission money that we are paying to the third party debt collector. So at this point in time, from the department point of view, for you to lodge a claim, it's seamless with RAF. What is problematic is for RAF to honor what is sitting with them. Hence you see that debt book that you see, we are talking about what we have already submitted as a claim to them, isn't it? But they are able to honor the very same amount that is sitting with them. So from a department point of view, we are able to bill, we are able to load the claim, and also record that in our books. But the problem is for us to then give us that reciprocal kind of action, pay us the money they owe us. Hence, we did not go to an extent of putting or getting another service provider to assist us. Because internally, we are able to execute that mandate.
Or I'll give you lift to heaven when you are next to the take you to.
Maybe Chair, given that explanation, we need to subpoena RAF to come here before us and tell us why are they not honoring. We have that legal right.
Yes, I think we will discuss ourselves.
Continuing, there was a question of why certain contracts, the Honorable who posed that question is just like, why certain contracts are meant for 5 years, why not 3 years? Contract when they are, initiated, from the point of specification from the end user. And the end users, they look at the project plan, what informs the period as well. Given the fact that when you look at the contracts such as digitalization, you are looking at once-off. It's a contract that comes, clean your space, and you then go to paperless environment like Honorable Malucha was talking about, which you touch base on. The moment you have cleaned the space and you've got this new system that we are looking forward to have, that is Central Health Information Management System, it means you are paperless, you are able to access what is on the cloud, which has been digitalized by those that have scanned and digitalized everything for you, so that that information is integrated. So the period is allowed depending on the project type. Because where we are sitting, we were not expecting to have this project, but unlimited, or open-ended. It's something that must be done once and closed. And from there, we continue with our life, in a normal way. And it was also the issue that, looking at the issue of the period, it doesn't impede other service provider to compete because it's once off. It will never happen again. Even after we've done it, if we don't finish, meaning that as we have indicated, our people must be able to do it, to finalize whatever reminiscence of the items that needs to be digitalized. So it will never happen again. So there was an issue of annual increase of the contract, which is also aligned to CPI adjustment, wherein according to what the Honorable Member indicated, he managed to see the CPI being the one that will be applied for the first 3 years, but he didn't see for the fourth and the fifth. And definitely I would like to indicate that when you draw the contract and the service level agreement, they must cover that particular space if ever there is a gap. And there's no way you will change the rule of the game while the game has already started. Meaning that the CPI is the most acceptable, method of annual, increase. and it will never be something different. If ever that has happened, because I'm responding without having gone to the document itself, but I want to assure you to say we make a point that the CPI is the one that rules around, meaning that there's no any other rule other than the CPI that is applied in order for you to renew or increase the rate that you are paying on a yearly basis. I think there was an issue of the current irregular expenditure. Let me indicate that in the current financial year, unfortunately, I didn't come here prepared to, respond to the irregular expenditure per se, but I can tell you that the irregular expenditure in the current financial year is very minimal. It could be sitting at less than 2 million, because of, I think there's one item that I know of, which was an accommodation of professionals who were attending at Bolivia that was brought to us very late, and as a result, we had to go straight and book accommodation for them. And as a result of that, it became irregular because it didn't follow due processes, because we booked for those people while they were awaiting for accommodation at Bolivia Lodge. The historical irregular expenditure, we have already subjected it to the assessment, the determination, and we went to an extent of submitting it to our provincial treasury for condonment. And that which was not condoned, we have gone to an extent of subjecting it to what we call the prerogative by the HOD. After we have looked at the issue whether there is a loss that has been incurred, or whether there is a criminal element and stuff like that, and went to an extent of doing what we call Section 5.7, 5.8, which allows the HOD to remove as long as there is no loss and a criminal element. And if there is a criminal element, you must report it to SARS. So that is where we are, meaning that in terms of the history, we are sitting at less than 1 million as well. So all in all, we are talking about 3 million of irregular expenditure that we are looking at. Let me allow, I've already spoken to 18. On the issue of the pharmaceutical depot.
Just hold a bit. Do you want to speak on the matter that you just talk from it?
You made a submission to President to condone irregular expenditure, and they did not do so. Now, on your own, you resorted to the prerogative powers of the HOD to remove the irregular expenditure from your AFS. Is that what you are telling us? Right. What would the implication thereof? What would be the implication? Because, but we'll ask that question when the right time comes. Today might not be the right time.
Yeah, thank you for that consideration. You also have a homework. The other woman can pass that part.
No, I'll also take him to confidence. I know where he was going. Yeah. The very same process, Honorable Chairperson has been audited, and the AG agreed with us. It's because it is there in terms of the guide. The guide indicated to say if ever you submit and request for condonment and you don't get that condonment, there are certain criteria that you need to subject yourself under, and if you meet those criteria, you follow this process of 5.7 and 5.8. So of which it's a process that we can show you, we can take you through to appreciate.
Yeah, don't say you've answered it today, he's still going to ask you.
Because even though the AG agreed,
because I did not want to come back.
Something is going to have implications. That's why I'm saying today might not be the right time to answer that question. When that implication comes, I'm going to remind you if I'll still be here. Okay.
Please don't die. Were you done?
There's an issue of pharmaceutical depot which talks to the insourcing, outsourcing of depot. I would like to indicate that this is something that the department for a number of years has been in the process of coming up with, taking into consideration that when you look at the current treasury expectation in terms of expressing audit opinion, inventory management is still exempted. Meaning that when we are audited on inventory, we are not subjected to a level where there should be an opinion that can affect our outcome, isn't it? So when we look at what is currently happening, looking at that, the pharmaceutical depot manages almost, majority of our goods and services budget. We realize that we are not yet where, if we are, say tomorrow, Treasury decide to bring that particular area as a disclosure mode, which AG must express opinion, we will find ourselves as a display because of lack of expertise in dealing with inventory management. So we tried firstly to deal with SICA, they tried, they failed. So we had to now look at other models that are used by other provinces, and we copied those models to say, first of all, let us outsource and bring a service provider who will do the process for us, and also skill transfer to the people that are there, in order to make the point that we are ready with the system, we are ready with the skills in terms of inventory management, we are able to talk to the stock in terms of medicine, who consume it and all those stuff. Let us roll that system up to the end. So that is the purpose behind. And when you look at Limpopo, we don't even have infrastructure that could accommodate our pharmaceutical depot. Like you look at Sishiku, if we happen to have a disaster tomorrow, we are going to find ourselves in a serious problem. Everything that is there will be wiped away. So we wanted, a service provider that will come and, construct or erect, that particular building that will meet our specification, and that is the process that we are in as of now. So everyone,
Chairperson, let him finish.
No, it's not disclaimer.
Okay.
It's not wrong. The last meeting, Dr. Acting HOD, who at that time, she was not acting, she was something else, refuted the explanation that we were getting to. Refuted and denied. That's why even earlier on when I made a meeting, I said I'm speaking knowing that there is a dispute of facts. What was denied by this department previous, it is today confirmed. So in future we don't need to be, we don't need to be economic with the truth. I have said it, and she bluntly refused. And I even said, I know you have met with these affected people. You referred them, you advised them that there will be a new service provider. Because where I'm staying, I know these people that were beneficiaries of this pharmaceutical assistance program. And they are meeting with me every 2 weeks or whatsoever. But what the CFO is saying today, it's what we have said in the previous meeting, and then HOD refuted all those things, denied everything, and I even felt belittled with the answers at that time. But today what has been said is coming out. So we don't need to be economic with the truth. We need each other here.
Maybe you want to intervene before we continue. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now I hear what Honorable Mati is saying, and I remember what he said. But I just want to say maybe there was some sort of misunderstanding between him and Dr. Dong, because he was talking about the beneficiaries or who were busy there, and that's where it came up. We never talked about the actual building of the day, if I remember correctly. So that's where he was answering. He said we had people and you can even bring them so that they can come here and appear to say they were working there, they're being stopped and everything. But in terms of the plans for the depot, we never got into that. So, Chair,
And
I'm
you
just,
also got this.
I'm just saying, Chairperson, if we can just agree to say maybe there was a misunderstanding between us and our honourable members of the House. But when we come here as the department, we come here to cooperate with the community and also not to be economical about the truth, but to be as honest as we can, because we know that the honourable members, they have the best interest of the department at heart and they want to assist us. So we didn't come here and mislead the House, especially when it's from us to say today the acting HOD says this and then the following day somebody else says this. So it was just a matter of misunderstanding. But if you can be allowed that we further explain, and when we leave this place, we all have the same understanding about the plans of the day. That's my question.
Okay, we have heard the plea, and now I understand why he said so earlier. For sure you heard him.
Because I didn't say what you were saying.
That's right. That's why let's process. And of course, we will also continue on making sure that we are updated about that process as it's continued. You were still on the floor.
Yeah, I think I've covered everything around the issue of the pharmaceutical debt and the purpose behind, why we went from a stand of looking for external expertise. What is it that we are pursuing to achieve? Because that is exactly what we want to achieve, to make sure that we have a system that will protect us from using any single tablet.
I think we have heard you that you were demotivating yourself, but at the end you say you want to build certain things. We'll deal with them later as well, when you have progress in that regard. Was that the last item from you?
Yeah, from me.
Okay. HOT, are you done with responding?
So we're just going to ask Mr. Mawasha to respond on the other items on HR and Veritas and records management issues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members, NBC, HOD and committees. I want to start talking firstly about the Veritas Net. There's a question that was asked, it was also asked in the previous meeting. Chair, the scope of the work of Veritas is captured both in the tender document and the service level agreement we have signed with them. In the tender document, the work is digitization. Many ways are used, but it is all records of the department. And as it proceeds down that document, it is records of the department. It's not confined to medical records. 3.2 of the service level agreement, clause 3.2 says patient records, pharmacy records, human resources records, supply chain management records, hospital records, hospital general records, and any other record of the department. So the primary focus is on patient records. However, there are instances where you have inactive records elsewhere other than patient files that you are obliged by law to keep up until a certain time that you can then dispose. For instance, back when we were using paper-based recruitment, you would have CVs of people in the offices. You have to retain those until a certain time. So we would have asked Veritas to remove those as well, and supply chain records and so on and so forth. So it is in the documentation that I'm referring to, the contracts that I'm referring to. It can be looked at, and we close that part, Chair, I propose.
What are you proposing?
That we look at the tender documents I've seen are part of the bundle. The service level agreement can be provided because it spells out the scope of this work.
But our interest is the work that is done. We'll come back to it. Not
Okay.
today. Yeah.
Just would like to check something. Regarding the scheme, I checked the scope of work of so now, initially I thought that digital was taking the department digital, whereas digital is the name of the company. But now, I just want to check. When you scan these files, let's say it's a file of one Mama Boja. She has passed on 10 years ago. It's there lying in Seshowe Hospital. Will Digital Veritas go there, scan that file, and then not verify whether this person has been deceased for a very long time, then come back and build the department on a dormant file?
Chair, I was going to arrive at that. Let me proceed, we will get to that. There was a question as to where is the information. Again, in the service level agreement, clause 3.6 and 3.7, there's a requirement for the service provider to keep this document in a particular way, and these are property of the department. 3.6 and 3.7 in the service level agreement. So, when the contract ends and we part ways, we will have the digitized documents with the department. At the time, we specified external hard drives and other methods by which we will have at our possession, because this is the records of the department. Now,
meaning you don't have them now?
We do. We have access to that. Remember, the contractor is still on site working, and the proximity to the department is such that at any time that we require the record, we are able to retrieve that. And that has happened already in the auditing processes, as well as many other instances where we need to retrieve documents. Now, there was also a question of the skills transfer. The setup now is that the people employed at that warehouse by that company, all of them are from this province, are recruited from this province. So if at any given time the department needs to proceed with this on its own, we have the skills and the resources within the province, because they recruited, including the person that is managing this thing, is recruited from this province.
What you have just explained is not skills transfer.
Chair, yes, the nature of the contract is such that it is performed elsewhere, outside of the premises of the department. We must admit there are no members of our own staff that are working there on a day.
So there's no skills transfer?
Well, there's no skills transfer except for the managers that are frequenting that place, and then the director and the deputy director records are there. But in terms of the numbers, the many people that are there,
say there's no skill transfer and passive.
I would be denying.
You are not speaking to normal people that does not understand what skill transfer is.
I would accept, Chair, that there isn't quite a number of people, good number of people that have the skills, but the director and the deputy director are there. If you need to set up and recruit, they will be in a position to set up. Now, Chair, then this process is a process of scanning the historical files, the inactive files, into a system. The system that I also already spoke to, that we will have access to. When there's unique identifiers in respect of each patient, a file belonging to Mama Boja anywhere will be merged, all files. If Mama Boja went to Seshego and then Ukowa, and then the identity number of Mama Boja will lead us to a merging of all those files onto the system. Now, we must admit then that the weakness in the whole thing is that we do not have a patient health information system as yet, which means that we're still generating physical files, right? But we have been in a process of trying to procure that system, including up to just last week, where we went to look at the system that is there at the Eastern Cape at the behest of the National Health Department. But we have had countless failures of procuring that because we are obliged to procure this through the State Information Technology Agency. To a point where we even wrote to the minister responsible for that to exempt us from procuring through that agency because it has failed us a few times. But we are still on course trying to procure that system so that we do not generate as we digitize previous records. So once we procure a health information system, then it means the entire records value chain will then be on a digitized system. I hope that...
yeah, that's good, but the contract of the first of the round that we were asking questions is ending next year, and you don't have that information system. What is going to happen if it's lapse and not have that information? So you can't digitalize to that level that you are explaining.
Sure, the reality here is this is quite a number of years records dating back to when these institutions were established. The benefits, and this question was asked earlier, is that we've cleared quite a lot of space. We have digitized quite a lot of information. Ideally, we should be moving towards having our own system, and we're hopeful that by the time it expires, we will have procured. The assistance that we could get is pressure exerted on the State Information Technology Agency. I've heard the Honorable Member talk about subpoenas a few times. Maybe that's one of the agencies to be subpoenaed to explain. To explain.
Don't transfer risk, really attend
because that is the reality we are faced with chairperson. I wish we could be exempted tomorrow from purchasing this thing through that agency. We will have a system in no time. I'm hopeful that with the National Department of Health's process or our own process, we would have procured that system by the time this contract ends.
I want you to know that they have caused a mess at Trapan. We may have to take a walk there and see how they disorganize the institution with regard to filing. In their filing, it's just by the way. We may have to go there, MEC, and check what they say digital. We're not going there for digital. We're just orientating ourselves, but we found that matter, and it should not derail you. I am just mentioning so that you know.
Sorry, Chair, point of clarity, if I may.
Yeah.
So the scope of work is to take out, scan, log, digitize patients' record from, as you say, from the time the institution was started to when. To when. Because if we can't implement the IT system, then we're going to have to start this whole Digital Vibes contract all over again to do all the records, inactive records from this year and the year before. So is it up until 2016? Is it up until 2017? Is it up until 5 years ago? Because we're going to get to the stage in a year where those filing systems still going to be backward, okay? Those filing things are going to be full again, and we have to start this process again. So give us an idea of when they captured up which year. And again, my question goes back to you talk about this warehouse. Where is it?
Yes, no.
Okay. Chairperson, the now Premier, past Chair and MEC, invited members, and I think on the first instance was media, when there was a bit of attention on this, invited the media to the warehouse. And then subsequently, I think members were also invited to where the warehouse is. I'm not too
Yeah, she
sure.
was not there. They also
I wasn't here, and most of this committee wasn't here.
Yes, so it is there, it does
Right.
exist.
We'll
Honorable
look at it.
Honorable
We'll
Member
revisit it.
is invited, I think ABC will invite.
Yeah, go ahead. Don't worry, the new members will go ahead.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Yes. Chair, the executive management needs to sit, and it will sit and look at the reality that the contract is ending. However, the service is still required. I don't want to, on my own here, without an executive decision, make a pronouncement.
You have said it already.
The service is required, but the question is which year? I'm not in a position to do that prior to an executive decision as to what we do. I don't
The
want to
question
lie.
was up to when, which year did they copy and digitize?
This contract is a 5-year contract that expires in June next year.
No, I'm not talking about the contract. Up to what, so digital, whatever they come in and they copy all the files. Up to what year are they copying all the files?
Yeah, before you answer, maybe you must also bring that also that to answer.
I think, Chair, we surely would have finished this meeting if we were just straight with answers and not try to be evasive. You see, this Veritas thing, it has been there now, it's 5th year, right? Or 4th year, whatever. By next year, June, it will be 5th year. And you are conceding that by the time the contract expires, lapses, the work would have not been completed, right? I'm not a prophet, but I'm going to be prophetic that there would be an extension of some sort. There will be no advertisement of the tender, but there's going to be an extension. But the question here is, if we have more than 100 facilities, and in 5 years they've done less than 70, surely it means that they will require another 5 years to complete it, which is another billion something. Because surely by June next year they will have not completed the work. And you are conceding that. You are conceding that they will have not completed. But technical and logical, what would happen is an extension, maybe of 12 months or whatsoever. And now the question is whether these things are not being done deliberately. Because the question here from Honorable Wilson, if I understood it correctly, it's when this Veritas was appointed in 2022. 2020, right? Yeah, that turned out to be and the specification is something else. When it was appointed, what was their first area of focus? To say, okay, let's start with file star 1961. Right? We digitalize files from 1961 to whatever year. Yeah? But surely, between 1961 and 1990, say they've captured all those things. But there are files also from 1990 to 2000. There are files from 2000 to 2024. What are we going to do? Are we going to have the part 2 of the ISO, or what is this?
I think in fact that's why this item is here, just to get certain details. And we were saying the scope is clear or not clear. I think that's the clarity that is sought. Talk from perspective of the scope that is there, so that you are safe.
Yeah, to that, Chair, I've indicated that, you see, there are many possibilities, and it is a matter that the executive needs to see and discuss.
Start with the question before you come with what the decision may be taken.
Right.
Just
the intention is that all records,
there's no year or
the intent, all records, eventually all records must be digital. That's as much as we want to have a digital health information system to stop the process of generating. Yes. So all.
I think the portfolio committee, they were right when they say there's something wrong with that.
There's something wrong.
What you are explaining is that is the problematic area. But you may have to pass that for today.
Effectively, it's a lifetime contract.
Yeah.
No, it's ending next year. But it's just that the work will not be finished because it was for everything. It was not, the due diligence was not looked at in the process wherein you take them, you segment them, you take this year to this year. I'm just explaining to you, they know. I'm just explaining to you that in that regard, you can't say that it will finish with certainty. Because you are saying all files, everything. That's your way. All. Then the only thing that we are,
from inactive to all. I don't understand.
oh, don't worry about the years. I think he have answered it on everything. Yeah. Go ahead.
Chair,
somebody died today. That file is inactive.
Let's not problematize it further or want to do what during COVID where to us is clear that it's everything. And everything in the context of in the context of the 5-year contract of Veritas. And with through his word that you will not, they are not going to finish. That's the matter. Information as a fate. And whenever say they do everything, that is the reason. They can't finish now. And you also say no, depend on exit. We understand you very much. Sky sanitize. Look at sanitize. But that's about you are economic with information. You have said it part. What is everything? And we understand that.
So we're not going to find inactive files.
Yeah.
Before the HOD comes in, honorable members, let me give a brief background. When we came with this contract, the plan was that we will have what we call the new Central Health Information Management System. So there are two parts. We've got the inactive parts, that are not in use at this point, but we are not expected to dispose them without a backup system. They need to be there. Because every now and then you find that there's a case that needs to look at these inactive files, irrespective of how old they are, isn't it? Secondly, you've got active files. Now, our understanding was that the moment we have the CEs, the one that we are complaining about that for the past 2 years, we've been struggling to finalize with Sinter. We will then scan even the active files. The active files will then be part of the cloud system, isn't it? When they are on the cloud system, it means we will not be generating more papers. So what is making us now to not finalize, isn't it, is because the one that has to be a stopgap, that has to stop everything to be happening on a paper base, is not there. If it was there, there would have been
running fast and depending on the department now providing the budget, because when you look at the scanning and archiving, if you could just check on the project that has been now rolled out by Home Affairs. Home Affairs, now they did what we call a hybrid. They were projecting 2.5 billion just to do that. We also looked at Western Cape when we started with this. They were spending just to deal with digitalization and also making sure that they move to paperless, which is something that, as Limpopo was saying, if we move here, we'll be one of the provinces that will be a school of excellence in terms of now servicing our patients in order to make sure that when they arrive at our OPD or administration, they are no longer going to queue. It's just a matter of who you are. Everything goes and it will be on a tablet. And your history is there as well. So what is dealing with us, which definitely you are right that we can't finish. We can't finish without the CEs. The moment we have the CEs and we've got the budget, the service provider has the capacity to can scan even the active files now, isn't it? Make sure that everything is on the system. From now on, everyone who goes to the institution, the history will be on cloud and it will be done on tablet. That is what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. That's the reason I wanted us to pass it, because I'm reading it here that the priority are in active files.
Check.
So it says, it means we can, it's a grand plan that we wanted to do. But in the context of what we're discussing, our discussion was not necessarily very relevant to what we think digital will do. So his explanation, I was thinking that it suffices for now. We understand what Digital Veritas is doing, which is not going to resolve the problem of the record in the immediate, because there's still other processes and phases that must be taken forward. And therefore, it's prudent for us to understand it now and be at one and understand, even if we speak until our ears become blue, it's not going to resolve what we think is will resolve. Ours is to understand it so that we are able to play oversight as it continues that way. Honorable Mawuten on the matter.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think there is suggestion if Chair will allow the benefit of person. I think what members want to understand, Chair, okay, we understand you're not going to scan all the files, but if Lori are saying these are active files, until which year, what barometer are you using to determine this is inactive, this is active? So that we don't just, when you live here, we don't assume things. We know, okay, they are scanning from 2000, from 1990, until 2000 and what. So that we know, okay, but they know okay. So if there is a phase 2 of the project, we know they're going to start from 2000 going up. Something like that.
Question how in which time they don't have that.
They don't have?
No. It's not based on what you are saying. They're still coming. They just raise their hands. I hope they will stay and listen to you respond.
No, I am not confused.
Yeah.
In actual fact, the department is trying its best to confuse us. We are not confused. You see, my problem is one, I will not take country when the level of my understanding and integrity and intelligence is put at question. I will not take country, irrespective of your position, whatever you are or whoever you are. I will not take country. It takes strong exception of that. I'm not confused. I know what I'm talking about. And I will never be confused. When people speak, I'm able to understand exactly what they're saying. So when you start to say that I'm going to be confused, you are doubting my IQ level. So let me prove that I'm not confused. one, this Veritas was appointed, right? Now, the specification was for Veritas to digitalize and archive files, right? Inactive files, right? At the day Veritas reported on site, that day already there was an inactive file somewhere. Every day, every 30 minutes, there is an inactive file. What is an inactive file? If a patient becomes deceased, that file becomes inactive. As long as there is no risk of any litigation within the 5 years. So when this Veritas is appointed, somewhere they should have said, we want you to digitalize and archive files from this year. Because you cannot tell me, you cannot lose R1 million a day about a file of 1930, where the risk or the potential of litigation is at 0.00%. Now they did not do that. Now, the explanation that shown in Western Cape, they've used 2.5 billion. Home Affairs, yes. Home Affairs has projected this project or whatever to be at 2.5 billion. I would assume that the 2.5 billion will be the projected expenditure of Limpopo Department of Health. I would assume, in terms of this project. Why I'm saying that? Already we've spent $1 billion. The project the contract is lapsing in June 2025. They have not yet achieved 80% of the work that should be done. Not yet. So potentially, by the day the contract lapses, the work would have not been completed. So logically, it tells us that the contract will be extended for the completion of the work. Now another problem. Once what CFO that you spoke about, CIS whatever, CETA approves that the second phase, which they indicated that the service provider has a demonstrable knowledge of the second phase. What does it tell you? Would this one complete first phase and get another one to complete the second phase? No. So we understand. That's why Initiala said this is not a hot potato. It is a very hot potato. And we've reached a point where we will speak and speak and speak and speak and speak, but we will not do anything. That was my initial statement. Because if certain elements and aspects and characters are determined to ensure that we will reach there, they will reach there. We are not starting to debate this thing today. There is a resolution of this portfolio committee that we must convene a press conference and denounce ourselves and distance ourselves from this thing. Fortunately or unfortunately, before the implementation of that resolution, when we were to convene a press conference, we were summoned somewhere and told not to do that. You see? No, you see, this thing, it also has its own politics inside. It is not a pure administrative health department issue. It is not. Because if it was just a pure administrative or departmental issue, we are not going to be summoned. Why would people go and complain to political levels? It cannot be like that. So whatever we're going to do, Chair, but our history is going to judge us. Because we see what is happening, but unfortunately, we cannot go beyond the goal that we want to achieve with this. We cannot. We are still going to speak about it. If we can be here in the next 10 years, it will still be here. There is no way that contract will expire and be a closed contract. There is no way. So I'm just saying, whatever that we're going to do, we're fighting a losing battle. Because when we get there, You will be called somewhere and you will be told, stop this thing of yours. And you will stop it. So we're just, taking oxygen out of our mouth. That's the only thing that we're doing. This is going to reach this 2.5 billion and it will even exceed it. So one way or the other, if it means we must take it off the agenda, let it be. Because for me, I will not try. Because even now, as we're speaking now, surely we might have 40 inactive files today. So what are you going to do with the inactive files that were accumulated from January this year to date? What are we going to do? Because we're still dealing with the 1980s now, and the contract is expiring in July. So we're not going to do anything. So we'll speak, rather, they will just brief us if they feel like. But from where we stand, we're fighting a losing battle.
Thank you. Because I don't see it like you. I see us learning from this project to an extent that the next same kind of a project, there will be different way and different specification, so that we don't find ourselves in the experience like this, because this is an existing and a live contract, which has a time spent. So I don't think we are wasting much time, but we must assist each other that because the work still have to happen going forward. Then, for sure, the higher level management of the department must take the discussion serious, so that as you go into continue making sure that you digitalize and archive, and you need service providers, you close certain gaps, you make sure that there is control over what this person says. I think the problem that he says that it says all. That's why he's right when he says any other file is linked. So for sure we will learn from that as we go forward. I think that's very much important.
Sorry,
that we appreciate the problem. It's a problem. We must not problematize it further than this.
I'm not dragging out the discussion.
Yeah.
I'm not going on my head already. I think I missed it. So you didn't tell me under which line item. Where is this contract budget?
Yeah. As you continue with responding to it, you deal with it, but you must conclude that thing. You can hear the portfolio is not necessarily not at one. We are at one in different ways. We are united about it, but we are not pessimistic. That's why we take it easy, that you are also expert in management science. And that science, there's an obligation for you to assist the department, to assist our people, so that the public resources are managed and can be able to easily account. That's my belief, that there's no way we can have this, a thing like this for 10 years. While we have people who are here who are called management and executive and so on and so on. That's how I changed what he said, that now you must be very sharp and alert, so that what he says must not be proven. Because all of us here will be, our pen will be somewhere here. So there will be trouble if our pens are at our knees as we continue. It's just a shame that it took long, but we can still do something with regard to it. I just want honorable members and the management to have that thinking capacity and closing the concern that the honorable members are not ignore what we are saying. Because the question that comes here will assist you in future to put some specification to contract like this. I don't want to lecture you about management, but I think the little that I have said should make you aware that we needed to do certain things. HOD, why are you crying? What did you do? You're on the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to provide on the issue that I'm hearing, that if someone dies, why do we need to scan that file? Why do we need
You want us to discuss that again?
Not to discuss it again, I'm just saying that.
She must not ignore the 5 years, the prescribed 5 years.
Okay.
I wanted to indicate that, yes, it's true, it's not necessary to scan each and every file for those that are deceased. But if someone dies today, we are still legally obligated to keep a record because there may be investigations into the death, or we may still be litigated. So hence we still need to keep. That 5 years is inactive because the person is gone, so they will no longer be coming, but the information in the file. Now the issues that you raised earlier about the risks of the syndicates, the people who are stealing files and colluding and so on and so forth, we're also trying to manage that piece. Also, there are other requirements, like for mentally ill patients, we have to keep the file for life. We can't dispose of the file. And then all the inactive files that we are no longer going to keep, they go through the disposal process as prescribed. But I just wanted to clarify why we will still need to scan and ensure that we have a record of someone who is deceased. I'll give you an example. There was a recent case of a deceased person from another province but was buried and in our province. That person needed to be exhumed. And we had to be involved in terms of the records that we were involved in that. And that was quite a while ago. So there are still those legal ramifications that we may end up being caught up in. And that's why it's not a clear-cut process to say inactive files will stop. It's true that they will not stop, but we will continue to scan them because of the risk that is involved and the requirement for that information. So when you were indicating that it's a live process, it's correct that there are going to be those particular processes that we need to engage in.
Yeah, thank you. My warning was that I think there are different kind of people. If you explain this and leave this, somebody can ask this. I wanted us to have that understanding that we needed to close it. Yeah, we were still on the floor. Is there any other question left?
I'm moving to medical legal.
Okay.
We are just satisfied to a large extent with internal capacity, given the role of the internal staff. There are rules that control who can access court and represent the department. The attorneys that are on the inactive role, which is non-practicing attorneys, cannot appear. So we employ them. So we are satisfied. Recently we just appointed a deputy director, there's a director and a few other. We're reasonably happy with that. The trouble really has been with the external service. And we did not stop there and throw our hands in the air. Again, Chair, we have sought to be exempted from using the state attorney. We have written up to the Office of the Premier, we have requested the Solicitor General himself to release us from the use of state attorney because there are failures there. They are in the report that the Portfolio Committee has. Where we are now, we are at a point where at the executive level here, the HOD has approved that we can actually go to a panel of attorneys of our own, because Office of the Premier has agreed with us that we should actually need the state attorney. So the one question that you asked is, and you said start with this, the causes of these cases, medical legal cases. It's a very complex matter. There are various. One, there are many factors that relate to the patients themselves. Coming into our facilities late, when they've already complicated, when they cannot be assisted, or the interventions can never change their fate. There's a whole litany of such instances. There are definitely areas of negligence, no doubt about that. There would have been in the past, over the period, there would have been systemic issues. This department is procuring machines, sophisticated health equipment and so on. Over time, we've done that. Before we had those, there would have been systemic issues that lead to those malpractices or patient safety incidents, as they are called. So, by the way, this is contingent liability. It's as and when matters are resolved that you then need to pay. It is not as though you, at any given point in time, be required to pay 10 billion. It is as and when the matters are
Yes, but remember, our reverence is what you paid. That's why we now know about the state at all and their poor performance. We got it from you. And as we accept that, you are saying you are going to, that's going to be improved because you are going to use people who are committed and competent from panel of attorney. That's your conclusion.
People who have something to lose if they lose cases.
Okay.
A private firm
in management terms, you are saying you are going to improve this thing and arrest it.
Yes.
You're not going to have the same.
Continue to have that fails to go to court and so on.
Okay. All right. There is two ends there. Let me start with the Honorable Martin.
Maybe just to ask, because there is a statement that you have increased legal capacity in the department. Are you aware of a case that was, you lost it in the labor court and you wanted to appeal, but you filed papers before you can go to the labor appeal court? You went directly to the Constitutional Court. Are you aware of that case? Before we can go further with my question. Are you aware that the department, it was a labor-related matter. They lost, they wanted to appeal, they filed papers directed to the labor appeal court, but filed such papers in the Constitutional Court.
I'm aware that the state attorney, Chair, did what the honorable member said.
Okay. And now that we know it's the state attorney, then we'll have an obligation, Chair. You see, sometimes when things are right, you must also give credit to it. So we'll have an obligation as the portfolio committee to support the recommendation of establishing your own legal panel in the department. Because in any way, many issues that, many litigations that faces or confronts government are specifically with Department of Health. Not necessarily in Limpopo, but everywhere is Department of Health. So I thought, if it was the department, because he spoke about the legal capacity. So the best way, given this explanation, is that it will be a correct and a right and a progressive move to have your own panel of attorneys. But then it also depends. You can just have a panel of, I agree you also have useless attorneys, they're there. But we hope that that panel would have credible and experienced attorneys, which I think someone will need to give credit where it's due, Chair. I concede that is the right thing, that at least today I'm agreeing with you.
You can drink water.
After 60 months, I'm agreeing.
Thank you, Chair.
Where Honorable Martin left it is that I think it's now a common practice within government for departments to augment their capacity in terms of legal services, because they've identified deficiencies in the state attorney. It is done in KZN, it is done in Northwest. I know it was recently done in Gauteng, whereby departments are now giving attorneys assistance. But it will be very much problematic, Chair, if the person who's supposed to foresee these attorneys, he himself, department to Kreba Asanga court even a single day. When these attorneys come and speak the legal language, like if a doctor comes to me and speak, if two doctors speak, I will not be able to grasp what they are saying unless they want to accommodate me. So now, if two attorneys come and speak, and then when you are the legal head, but you don't really understand how things are going on in court. I had the explanation here. They've hired someone recently, I don't know when, but in terms of the reports that we got, Yamafelo Nkaregia 2021, it's a strategy selling. It was sent on the 12th of October 2021. And the other contingency liability report which we got, it's outlining the deficiencies within the department. It's not making mention of this deputy director that we're being told of today. But Chair, the other thing we're being told to go is this deputy director is on the non-practicing role. We don't have a problem with that, we understand. But our interest, we don't want the department to more especially the legal services, to be led by someone who doesn't have the necessary litigation experience. That's the point that we're trying to drive home. Because you'll have a useless person, someone can graduate from the university, apply to be an advocate, an expert advocate tomorrow. From graduating today, tomorrow you're an advocate. You don't have any experience. So, Chair, I'm saying that the department in its recruitment process of someone who will be leading your medical legal department, please go and hire the best of the best. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think those were two comments that appreciate, but also say, as you build your capacity, make sure that we have collective capacity that we assist each other instead of putting the department further in the problem of reputation. Because by the way, if you lose reputation, we also lose. So you are aware of that. That's why you and us, we are not necessarily fighting. Just that the work you are doing, you can't do. And what you are doing, you can't do. So we need each other. If you understand that. You're still on the floor. For sure, it's the last batch of questions.
Chair, yes.
Am I right?
It is.
HOD, I'm looking at you. Because we need to conclude this week.
There's the reference to the DB is it was just to say there's been a later increase in the capacity. The report is talking about it's in all, but since then we've been improving the capacity employment. That's all we were saying. By the way, the director leading and the legal officers are admitted attorneys with practice experience. So let's, Chair, then move to the ICT issue, the audits that remain. The audit issues that remain there are all about the system that we're talking about, the Central Health Information System. A replacement of the current system deals with all of the audit issues that remain.
So performance.
Yes, it deals with the standards, the security of the system, and all of those things. But whilst you have this old one, which is on operating systems that are no longer supported, you will always have this. So that is why we want to move into try and get a system in place because it deals with all of those outstanding audit issues. I think the HOD spoke to issues of vacancies and all of that, unless, yeah, I think I had.
Dealing with the infrastructure. The LEC also talked about matters of vacancy. We also want you to put your house in order with regard to the long-term, how we are going to resolve this matter. And we understood, although we don't take it kindly, that there are other limitations outside of your power. But if you have a plan, it's better, rather than depending on people outside. So you should be able to have it, so that as they approve, you have a way of dealing with those matters that it convinced us, rather than waiting for the approving authority to do that while you don't have a plan. When they approve them, they approve them piece by piece, and you are able to respond to the portfolio. It's important that we also have certainty that we have people who understand what they wanted to do in 1 year, 2 years, 3 and 5 years with regard to the problem area that is on the table. It's important that it must be understood that way. And I'm not asking a question, I'm just saying we should build on what the MECF say to an extent that we can see that here is a plan to want to rectify that.
Thank you. With that, Chair, maybe there's one thing that is very important for the report, so that as we continue with the committee, it's understood. We are one of the rural provinces in the country. We attract, we recruit, and we lose, particularly with specialists and so on, to the private sector and to affluent provinces where the standard of living and living conditions are better. So that will always be with us. We're recruiting quite vigorously, but as you recruit, you lose. So that is a reality that we're going to live with when it comes to specialists. For instance, Chair, in this department, it is possible to make an appointment of a specialist within a week or 2 weeks. It is possible. That's how quickly we move when we're very opportunistic. We even or have what we call open adverts. We advertise this position so that if Justice Witau says, my cousin is a specialist, we move very quickly to make that appointment. But as you appoint, somebody is leaving because they have been recruited by somebody who has a bigger press and to a place where they are.
We will discuss that the other day in terms of work environment and other things, but we understand what we do. There are 2 issues that are still to be augmented. The first question that the MEC responded and the HOD considered was the implementation of the compliance with your acting allowance policy vis-a-vis the problem you are having. You can't just pass it and not say anything because it's your own policy that you needed to do. As you do that, conclude with matter infrastructure so that we can go to the last item.
There are some few issues. And I'm sorry I got back, but I had to listen in. I see there are areas where it's raised. But for me, I don't know if you raised an issue of the actings with regard to the HODs. It was clarified adequately.
Yeah, as you see me isolating the last 2, it's true that these are the last 2 that must be responded.
There is this one of rural health matters. I know there's some sort of budget that is appropriated for that, so about 17 million. Because our view was the rural health matters was where technicians, physicians, they give themselves back to the province for free, unless if we do not understand. But there were some, in one area, I think it was reported that as a department to set aside 17 million for rural health matters. So I would want to know, Chair and other members, I think it's also worth noting. So we are not seated on a wrong impression, because for us here as a committee, we're thinking rural health matters. It's a program where sons and daughters of the soil of the province come here, bring their expertise on a certain week for free. Now, when you see that the 17 million that is being put aside for that, I think we also need to know as a portfolio committee how does that come in? Because the first meeting when we were told of rural health matters it was a free program. Hence, we clapped hands for it. We talked about it in the reviews and elsewhere. That is one check. You'll just have to pardon me also because I was not here. We need to be clarified in terms of the dating of the HO position. I know it's a long time, I might have clarified it. We need to know. Dr. Dombe has been here for a very long time. If it's not her, it's the doctor there, I forgot his name, or the other one that is not here. Today, the team is not full, and I don't know what the assistant is talking about there. If it's something that I'm saying that is funny or it's making you to gossip between themselves, it does not sit well with me, Chair, because I'm speaking, and if people are making such facial and verbal expressions, it's really sort of undermining of some sort. We need to address that as well. So I'm talking about that too, rural health matters, acting positions, and last on my parting short, Chair. I know colleagues have spoken sharply with a whole lot of matters, digital readers, the calls, the what. Are we in one meeting, Dr. Nobu? Are you okay? Yes, I feel intimidated, Chair, I don't know. Lucky, MEC. Most of your support, they were met with them and interacted. And there were very good stories that they told us over the sixth administration period. I would humbly like to make an appeal. I don't want to reopen this meeting. There's a lot of things that are not done correctly. There's a lot of things, maybe because of an oversight, they were not done correctly. I wouldn't want to take the meeting back, but I'm going to make a plea in this meeting, and I'm sure it's the last meeting, Tate Mawasha and CFO and acting HOD. I'm quiet. I'm sure every one of you is shocked that I did not make an input. I'm sure this is the last meeting. The questions there, the outstanding questions, Chair, let the department come to us truthfully. Let the department, as the leader of society, MEC, let's feel for the people of our province. It does not matter if in our offices we continue doing things that we know we are doing them wrong, sometimes knowingly or unknowingly. But you are called to serve as a department of health. And key critical that I think we did not talk about, it's worth they should go with it back. Look at decentralizing CFO. Issues of maintenance back to the districts. I don't know how far it is. It's very important. When you go to oversight, when the hospitals are not working, there's no valves, they say we must wait for province, it seems a bit far-fetched. So those are things that you must lessen up. And last thing that I think is very important for you to get, if you have an answer file, because we are live, the people of knowledge will know. The vacancy rate of 73.5% in Nobel. Those people one day will wake up there and get the road. Just speak to them, MEC. If maybe you can make a visit to Nobel, the community is there, just to speak to them and alleviate the fears. They know that the government really has their best interest at heart. Because sometimes we start problems when we are seated here, Chair, things that we can easily solve. Even if you are not ready, speak to them. This is a plan of the department, over and above the portfolio committee. So we can have a province that still have hope in the Department of Health. And Chair, that will only for the first time in this meeting be the few remarks I'm making.
And of course, the first remarks are related to the explanation you give under NHI budget and activities. As you respond, we'll do that. By the way, we have given them the scope of matters we are dealing with, and they are very good. When you ask something that was not part of what we mentioned, Honorable Senior Ministers go into details. They've just done so when Honorable Mabuta asked them something that is still coming. And they usually took a long time in explaining. And you can't stop it because it's you who have asked it. But that's fine, that's fine. as you answer that, you know there are two matters that we needed to deal with it, so that we close this part and say what are we going to deal with other matters that we have observed at the right time, and we do our self-orientation on what is school unannounced, so that we can share notes and see how we go forward. Thank you. You're on the floor.
Okay, so on the issue of acting allowance, can I allow Mr. Mwasha to complete?
Chairperson, there's a history to this matter. Firstly, when I joined the department in 2017, I found a situation where the provincial treasurer, because appointments as to what to be approved there, would say no to request for a person to be appointed with an acting power, which pushed us to a place where we would, and this was related, Chair, to budgetary constraints. The provincial government has a program where they must reduce the size, the personnel expenditure in relation to goods and services to a proper proportion. So that's a program that's been going on, and I think it is heading somewhere. Now, then we were left with no choice but to ask people to voluntarily act without compensation. Nobody is forced to do so. People have declined in the past. The view, many people see it this way. It is an opportunity to improve yourself, to upskill yourself. That's why some people will be ready and willing to take that up. Chair, this, we beg, should be understood and appreciated in the context of scarcity of resources. That at a given point in time, we are not necessarily able to fill all the vacancies, never. But we consistently do an analysis of our budget. The standing agreement is on a quarterly basis. If anything does not disturb that, we look at attritions and quarterly, and then we go out and advertise posts. There have been things that would have disrupted that, but that is a standing principle.
What are you doing with an acting allowance body that is active? And why don't you regulate it in line with the limitation that you are in?
So here's the risk. Here's the risk. When you have so many people in acting positions, and you do not have resources, imagine what will happen if you were to change that policy. So that is why we left it at the voluntary level, because we will not have the resources to do that.
So well, the explanation we will try, but it's not accepted. For sure, we'll still deal with it some other time. Because I know the department is not a charity organization, and so is the employees. By the way, the employees of the department are very committed. The MEC, the one that we say there are positions that are there, they are still very committed. So I think we must meet them halfway. And that's fine. Let me come back after they explain the infrastructure, so that I see follow-up B1 or 2, because otherwise you can't do it. Those who are managing this facility are saying, please go out, in a few minutes there will not be water here. And this place, if someone goes to the restroom, it will be steamed. So, but I think we were at the tail of the meeting, and assist us as we respond, to show that we know where we are. Yeah. Infrastructure.
Okay, so
yeah, you are on the floor.
okay. I think, Chairperson, if I understood well, there was a question about delays of projects. So apart from the ones we mentioned that are being managed by NDOH, there were also projects that were delayed where it was the public works, which were recalled because they never even started in any case, and they were more than 5 years. I think the report was offered explaining those issues. And then there is one project that is still with public works, which is Maputo Malachi. We have never been the implementing agent in Maputo Malachi Hospital. It was always public works. In terms of internal, our projects are implemented according to the annual implementation plan. And because the majority of them, I'm not talking about basic maintenance, I'm talking about capital projects, they are funded through the Health Facility Revitalization Grant, which framework is from National Department of Health and National Treasury. So we have to follow the process that is outlined in there, which obviously applies to all the provinces. And so annually we allocate funds for various projects that we have identified, and they are inputted into the electronic system of the National Department of Health.
But it's fine.
Yes.
Did you answer the infrastructure so that you can reserve the other explanation for the other time? The matter was that you are an implementing agent. You are not.
So we are, because we implement, let's say for example, we need an addition for a mental health unit for 72 hours. So we do implement that project through our panel of contractors. Okay?
Yep.
And then I can just answer this issue, Chairperson, if you... The decentralized maintenance. It is decentralized maintenance. As I indicated earlier on, at the beginning of the financial year or just before, all facilities congregate and they bid, they present their needs. And then once we know the scale, because some of the issues that they may have will be general maintenance, others will require capital assistance. So we then delineate and say, yes, for these ones, we can fund you, and they get a letter that indicates to them. And they also get an amount for what we call hardware, so such that they are able to go to the hardware to procure your plumbing, basic needs, your bulbs, etc., etc. So I'm not sure, and facilities, if they have something, there's also a separate breakdown maintenance. So an unforeseen, unscheduled need, that is also assisted in that manner. Now the breakdown is centralized such that we don't give breakdown to a facility, meanwhile that facility never experiences a breakdown. So it's a shared pool, they have access to it, and they know what to do. Within 72 hours, if they write and motivate, they are able to access the funds and proceed with their work. So we don't hold anything except for the big capital that are funded through the grant. But basic maintenance, I would want to see a CEO or head of institution that says they haven't received a letter which outline that you bid for this to this value, but this is the amount that you are getting. So far this year they've received 2 letters, which was then providing them with the funds for which they bid. And then the last one on the rural health matters. The reason why there must be money for rural health matters. What is free is the labor. So the specialist doesn't charge us to do the work, to say, But what we have to pay for, if a specialist is coming from Free State, we pay for the flights, the accommodation, the transport, etc. So those are the things, logistics we will then pay for. Number 2, we have to pay for the consumables. So for those patients, for example, orthopedic, that we are going to put nails, we must procure those things. So that is what the money is put aside for the other things, but the specialists who come through, we don't pay them a fee to them for their.
Okay, there was, yeah, let's start with the honorable man.
No, thank you, Chair. Of course, Sundowns is playing.
Straight.
Sundowns is playing. Things that we saw last night is just...
You were saying things are very, very important.
It's a national question. Look, I think there is an element of laxity in the department in terms of labor relation matters. And now that today I'm in a good spirit of agreeing with you, I would also find myself to be in a good spirit to advise you. The issue of acting, it is not necessarily regulated by your acting allowance as a department, but you have a public sector collective bargaining council which has a collective agreement. And in that collective agreement, there is a provision that deals with acting and what should happen in an event of acting. So it's regulated. Acting, if it's done according to the provisions of the collective agreement, it becomes a regulated acting, which effective, I would assume, Chair, that your acting policy derives its existence from some of the provisions in the collective bargaining. Now that, and it's a resolution of the collective bargaining, the public sector collective bargaining. But the problem here is that you are not implementing it, which means you are potentially sitting with any situation wherein any other person who has been appointed, either voluntarily or whatsoever, can declare a dispute. So would advise, Chair, that the department must apply for exemption in the public sector bargaining council. The collective agreement there makes a provision that in an event whereby you are not able, due to financial constraints, to fulfill certain things as agreed upon in the bargaining council, you have to apply for exemption. You see, the problem is that this thing here, legislature already calendar with our phone numbers, it's a problem. There was a matter in the department which we were dealing with, and it's a labor matter. And the explanation from the acting HOD when responding to that employee, leaves must be desired. I would have to be. That's why I used a language of consistent exploitation. Because people see us there, they call us, some they know us, who are from trade union background. They call us. Now, there is a matter, HOD, of one Titus Road. I think you'd have to refer back to a correspondence with him. I don't want to get it because we're not in the bargaining council. I don't want to get into. But if that is what is happening in the department, then we have a problem. We have a very serious problem in terms of labor relations. Because at one stage, some employees, cleaners, were converted into something else, and auxiliary services and others, and then salaries levels were taken up, others were converted into something else, but the same level with those people, but now when it comes to benefits, there is selective, unfair discrimination relating to benefits. But the little advice that we're giving to the department, Chair, for them to be in the safe space, let them apply for exemption in the bargaining council so that they minimize disputes. Because I know, as a matter of fact, that almost 8 or 12 people that are active would in no time declare disputes. Would in no time declare disputes. And once such disputes are declared, they will be compelled to pay them. I don't even know we've got informers. I know the general meeting that was held in the now, I know the resolutions.
Okay. Right, that was a free advice from Honorable Marty and the General Secretary of the Union.
You are in a good mood today.
Yeah, and you have influenced that this honorable young member to not you this time, and honorable Mabota also to speak. No, it's only you, Mabota. The other one is called.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair, you know, we have been empowered by our oversight receipts. Then, when you saw that when the HOD speaks of something here and what you have seen, you can see the two don't tally. We went to Shayandima Clinic. That clinic, the doors are not locking. The pharmacy, what? That butler door doesn't work. The windows are broken. And then we asked them that, why are you unable to fix such minor things? They were like, we can't do anything because we have to call head office must send someone. These things have been broken for quite some time. So, MEC, back through you, Chair, I'm saying, can maybe some of the responsible officials are not aware of what the HOD is speaking about? Since will be, maybe if they can just issue a communique to all their CEOs and OPMs, or in case of such events, here's a communique, you must get this letter, go to the hardware, buy those things, service those things, service wherever there are damages. Because we'll be going on oversight soon. I'm telling you, we are going to be confronted by the same thing, whereby we'll get to a hospital or a clinic whereby they'll just tell us. I mean, the same happened even at Hayani Hospital. The windows in the hall where we were broken. And those are some of the things still important. They really crush the morale of our people. Small little things, MEC, those things can be done. The other thing, you mentioned hospitals that you have given, you are going to revamp or renovate their accommodations, but I didn't hear you mentioning Hayani. You were specific, you mentioned even others that didn't ask you about it. But Hayani is saying they can't do anything, not even, the showers are not working. They are saying they can't do anything HOD because, Barry, you said, the department said they are going to demolish that area, they are going to build a new one. So the money that they had, I'm not sure that's Hayani or the money that they had for making the improvements, the department didn't release. So as a result, they can't do anything. But now in your report, I don't get a sense that there will be any construction of new homes there. Now, Chair, I think this thing of 80 must come to an end. I think this is my last comment. It must come to an end. Maybe when the committee meets again, can we at least see the percentages have been reduced, starting with this one of HOD MEC? Appoint so that Leona from appoint because if we don't appoint Leona, no one will appoint the other managers who need to be appointed. And I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm not going to give the department to respond because matters they are talking about are outside of the scope. And again, that will still go to indirect them with regard to a report that is coming from an announced visit which deal with the matters and have summarized a number of them across the district to deal with them. But I can't stop you from talking about the
Chair, there's something that is happening that we wouldn't want it repeating. Honorable Mabota now says we went to an oversight at this particular institution and people said we are unable to build because we are waiting for money from head office. That person must not be suspended in missing. We should not get responses we have seen that before, where we went to an institution. Somebody told us things. When we come to a portfolio committee chair, in 2 days, 3 days time, that person was taken to DC. We had to intervene, Honorable Mante, that that person goes back to their positions. I believe that we are working together, ourselves as a portfolio committee, yourselves as a department. And what Honorable Mabucha said, or no, those things. The explanation of the HOD, I just decided not to go back for her to speak again, Chair. Some of what she's saying, it's not true. We have not seen it happening. I don't want to say the HOD is lying. That would be unparliamentary. I'll just say some of what I'm hearing is fallacious. And it's because I know we went to oversight. We have seen things, we requested them to be fixed. It was not fixed. So the HOD unpacked a whole lot of issues here. Maybe that's why even the administrators down there in the institution don't understand how they must procure or not. Maybe you must go back acting HOD and tell them, no, I don't know, I'll train 1, 2, 3. Maybe the very same person doesn't know, is not empowered with information of knowing who procure around Mabatia or I don't know if you get me. What I'm saying here, we are working, not as a department, not as a portfolio committee. What we are doing is to kill each other. It should not be seen or the under attack of the portfolio committee. No, we'll never do that. And when we hear you HOD saying things, you've been saying a lot of things to us for a long time. And those things, if we go there, they're still the same. So I don't want us opening the meeting again. Like I said, today is the shortest time on that I speak, and I want to speak to say, when we meet again, let's go and self-correct. The acting HOD knows what I'm talking about. MEC now in the fold will know what we are talking about. So let's get these things done. This other one of Chilizini, just act like it was just a brief. Don't go and reprimand the people at that King Clinical Shayandi. They were just speaking. She does not need the department to go and reprimand them, Tatimawan. And that is, thank you, Chair. I wanted to speak on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Of course, the purpose of us going there is because we are our own reference. And we are at one ourselves with the department and people in different agencies. We don't expect surprises of any kind. And some of us who are materialists, we want to see certain things happen before we believe them. That's why we do the visit, so that we are concrete with regard to what we are talking about. So we may not take, and I know that we must accept historical things as they happen, but sometimes we continue on proving them right or wrong at all times as we continue. But we have dealt with the matters that we needed to deal with, the contingency liability and medical legal. The department tried their best, as well as matters of vacancies and acting allowances we were given the free advice and revenue collection, and we are accepting the explanation given within the infrastructure and the mental related to ICT and performance, which is which the explanation talk about it will be resolved as we get information system that is reliable, and waste management investigation, which will get the report when it's finalized, because it was I'm told it's a pre-report that needed the department to still give input to themselves. It took a long time in discussing digital veritas, but it's a live project. It's not unusual that we discuss something like we are not Scopa. There will be time when it will be taken over by the Scopa. Our input want to improve while it's still live, so that it must not cause noise again when it goes to Scopa, and everyone must understand that. As it reaches there, we must have dealt with certain things that are problematic. Yeah. So the coal tender, we understand the nature of the investigation. We accept that it must be done by state agency, and we are at one with regard to the depot, and we take it that we could not respond on matter of reports that are not much qualitative, because you are willing to do what is right with regard to the official report that you are sending to us. So we will now go to get a briefing about the Bela Phahameng matter as the last item of the day. Yeah. I don't think it's not problematic because it was urgent. We must still treat it as urgent even today because we don't know what happened. Yeah. Let me see.
I'll start with Mumbat, where there was a patient who it was alleged was assaulted by the security guards. From the report and the records, that the gentleman in question was one who lived on the streets, and when he came in, he was in a not so good state of hygiene and cleanliness. And once they cleaned him, they discovered that he had bruises. So he came with those bruises, and he indicated that he had been assaulted while he was on the streets the day before he came to the hospital. Eventually, the patient discharged himself, meaning that he signed a refusal of hospital treatment form, and went home and subsequently died while he was at home. Unfortunately, what happened thereafter is that individuals, 3 of them, came to the hospital demanding that the hospital bear the costs of the burial, which the hospital indicated that they could not do. However, the hospital was aware of the family members, and the family members indicated that they had not sent those people on their behalf. Those people, when they were told that their hospital is not going to incur any costs of burial, became aggressive towards the CEO and other nearby staff. And those individuals are known. What we have not received answers to is why they have not opened police case against those 3 individuals, but it's something that we could pursue going forward. So there is no history that the patient was assaulted by the security guard of the facility.
You're done. The second part was the safety of your officials there at that facility, those facilities.
So we do take heart that the officials may be at risk, because when they received those 3 individuals, it was first received on collegial, shall I say, friendly basis, and the people turned while they were in. So we are looking at stationing a security guard, particularly in the CEO's office, just like we have, for example, in the maternity ward, where there's a special additional guards that are stationed there, and also in the mental wards, because we do recognize that people will come to the CEO's office from time to time because that's the accounting officer. However, we didn't want to create an environment of policeness in those offices, but I think based on some of these incidents, we may have to reconsider that particular approach.
Is the same at Phahameng?
At Phahameng, the incident where the boyfriend of a client confronted the nurses, it won't be possible that we would have, for example, a person in each and every consulting room, but we will also look into having the guards, some of them stationed within the inside of the clinic, because currently they are stationed at the gate and also at the entrance, but not necessarily inside where the patients are circulating. We which is in a clinic, but in a hospital it's different, where we do have guards stationed and casualty and all the other words that I mentioned previously.
You're done. Okay, that's the presentation, honorable members, of the Bela Empowerment, Honorable Martin.
Hello, Chair, let's appreciate the efforts that the department is intending to take in terms of dealing with this matter. But you see, there's no way that would accept Saga and vigilante. Those things. Yeah, I mean, it's a in front of this thing.
I got some that also don't worry.
Vigilante, right? Would not accept those things. We have seen how other political parties, especially this useless thing of Greenpeace, the KZNZ, how they were running with this thing on social media, wanting to politicize it. But I think it would be fair enough as the portfolio if we were to appreciate and acknowledge the precautionary measures that the department will be enforcing in this regard. So, generally, that's what I'm saying, sometimes let's give credit to where it's due. There is nothing to question from that report. It's the only logical report that we can get, and therefore we appreciate it, apart from this thing of not understanding. It's novice.
Okay, remind me, if you can go to the East Asia, they speak their own language. All other language are nothing. So they can say ways the way they wanted to. What they want you to understand is the thrust of what they want. Making mistake in language, a foreign language is not a matter to them. And for sure you know that they are very progressive in economic and they are better than us. It's fine. It's fine. MEC, do you want to say something before the chair makes any closing remarks? Okay.
Chair, I think the level of anarchy that is going on in that particular hospital of Bellabel, we need not to take it light, because apart from the hospital, we have been hearing separate, isolated incidents whereby there are certain business forums who are busy requesting to do business by force, extorting people, and so on and so forth. So, in as much as we are calling for people to have good homes where, in the hospitals, we also want our officials to have safe working environments. Chair, I would encourage the HOD and the MEC to encourage the acting CEO of Bellabel to open a police case, because he will get security at home, at the office, but when he goes home, he's alone. So at least if there's a case, maybe only protection, or he knows the individuals, there's a protection order, at least maybe safe. But out of safety. Kobela Bela MEC, we found 20 bodies. Is it 20? Something like that. 20 bodies that have been lying in the mortuary for more than 2 years. So the problem is committee. So what is happening in Tabazimbi? They belong to Tabazimbi. So Tabazimbi, you understand the problems in Tabazimbi. So we don't know how we are going to rescue the situation, because we don't think that those people have to stay there forever and ever. Somewhere, somehow, they need to find, they need to find their final resting place. If maybe the department takes it upon themselves, buries them, and then from there, when there is government in Tabazimbi, you then issue an invoice to Shabazimbi municipality, so be it. But those people can't stay there any longer. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC, I wanted to give you an opportunity to do your closing remarks. But I also want you to make aware that they are saying there are cameras there at the hospital, but they are not working. It's just for information. And by the way, we're still going to consolidate the report on matters that will need your attention as we finish the visit to different areas. But for now, in respect of today's perspective and the meeting, I will ask you to say something before the chair of the portfolio to closing remarks.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just wanted to comment on the issue that we are aware for the settlement, and I just don't want to be open the meeting, but I know for a fact that after that community that was circulating about the security guards assaulting the person that passed away, I was also approached by somebody when I was busy with my activities, telling me the same thing, we should be able to bury the person. And from there, I've been even getting messages that we should bear the cost of the funeral, otherwise they'll close down the hospital. Later on, the message was that we must remove the security company. They have their own security company that they want to put at Villa Villa Hospital. So you see that there are a lot of things that are happening. But it is our responsibility then to ensure that we strengthen the security there so that our staff members are safe in that facility. And Jeujadi Business Forum, it's something that obviously there are processes when we appoint these companies. We cannot just come to the MEC one, remove this one and put this one. But we are aware of what is happening there, and indeed we would ensure that we continue monitoring the situation there, and we will do as advised in terms of opening cases so that we ensure that our staff members are safe both at work and even at home. But overall, Chair, I just want to appreciate this meeting, and indeed the portfolio committee is working just like we are working. And as Honorable Levea has said, that we need each other, and if we hold hands and continue working together, we would be able to address most of the issues. We acknowledge that there are many issues that we need to resolve as the department, and the advices that you've given us today, it's food for the thought. Some of them, we will look into them, and also we take the advice to ensure that indeed we continue working and serving our people. And the hospitals or the clinics that are having challenges in terms of the infrastructure, I don't want to open it, but when we say the function is decentralized to districts, we mean districts, not facilities like this. It's not clinic to clinic, but they are district. The diocese to report to the district, not to the province, so that they can be able to maintain our facilities. So we'll continue to monitor also where there are challenges, and also Chairperson, what we will also request is that when there are these findings sometimes, especially in our clinics, there's not just a wait as portfolio committee members to meet in this meeting before we can resolve some of these issues, because like the issues of saying doors are not working, handles are broken, it's something that we need to resolve immediately. So if there's such an issue, please do not hesitate to inform us so that we can be able to activate the district. That's if the manager doesn't know which process to follow. We'll talk directly to the district that they go and give attention to that clinic, because we are saying right now our focus is to strengthen our primary health care. So for us to be able to do that, these clinics are main. So if you have arrived and there are these issues, especially of maintenance, please do let us know, and now we'll communicate with the relevant officials to go and immediately address the situation. But above all, we thank you very much for the opportunity and all the advices and the good work that you are doing.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC and distinguished members of the portfolio and the department officials and the whole contingency of the portfolio for your presence today and your valuable contribution. As health portfolio coach, our role is not only to oversee the work of the department. We also have a role to complement and supplement your effort as the department. And I think today's engagement has took us somewhere, or has been very fruitful. And we appreciate the department's detailed responses. And of course, there are other matters that, there are certain matters that we still needed to make sure that we are satisfied from time to time to communicate with you. We acknowledge your department progress. Hey, there is also challenges in the department that we should acknowledge as the first thing so that we're able to go forward. But our oversight role is aimed at supporting your mandate to deliver quality healthcare services and nothing else. And in closing, we want to reiterate our commitment to strengthen accountability and transparency. We are pleading to you that you should relax and scale out that is our work that we needed to do. Let's just work together and making sure that we enhance healthcare and service delivery and addressing some systematic challenges, because there are some matters as you try to respond, HOD, MEC, you can see these are systematic matters. And they want to respond to our satisfaction, but it's matter that the system is conceiving that needed your wisdom as leadership and high-level management of the department that we needed to do. So we continue to monitor progress in the department, provide guidance and ensure that our recommendations are implemented. And thank you again for your cooperation and dedication to improving the healthcare outcomes in our province. And I'm bitterly adjourning this meeting until we meet again with regard to the matters that were raised with regard to oversight. We will collate them and put them together so that we can be able to see where we think matters are very urgent, extremely urgent, so that we can share with you and ask you to make intervention. And thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. Yes,
Why is it